Alright, welcome everybody. We are doing a webcam live stream. It's been a while. I am in a game. Obviously didn't start yet. We are playing the deck that I played in the LCC and got knocked out. I do have one proxy for the Elsa because I can't find my Elsas, mate. If you see me at an event the next week, bring me Elsas. I'll pay good money for them. So it's Amber Amethyst. I think it's a really good deck and it focuses around Lantern. I don't want to take too long here. This is a really good hand. I think we can just keep. I will keep my hand, mate. Sure. They went for a mulligan of 5 there. They are now unmuted. I had them muted, but it should be fine now. Yeah, but I hope everyone's good. I haven't been playing much Lorcana recently, but I've been watching a lot. Playing at an event next week, which I'm looking forward to. Am I good to start?
Yep.
Cool. Good luck. So the first decision is what to ink. Turn 1's going to be that. Turn 2 is going to be that plus that. So it's probably just Fox or Elsa which goes. I do have like 3 proxies. It's very obvious. And felt tip penned over because I couldn't find 3 copies of a card.
Okay.
And I mean, I think I'm going to put it into the ink to start off with so you can see it there. I've got 3 Elsas like this. Sure.
Okay.
Like the 5 cost Elsa in Amethyst. And I'll play Chinabox Followers and pass. I keep losing my cards, guys. It's a bad habit of mine. It's a problem when you have so many cards. So you're playing hardcore ranked, it's a best of 3.
Get a big Tinkerbell and pass.
Sure. I will ready and draw. So big Tinkerbell would suggest maybe Amethyst Steel, maybe Blue Steel. I think we get rid of the Fox here. I will quest form with Chernobogs, no trigger. Fox. For 2, I'll play Lantern. And I'm going to exert Lantern to pay 0 ink for another Chernobox Followers. And I'll pass.
Okay.
I have 3 cards in hand. A big shout out to Card Market who sponsor this stream as usual. Card Market's a great place to buy singles online in Europe. We're going to take a look soon at like the best selling cards of the week. So thanks to Card Market for their continued support of this channel. And welcome everybody. Give the stream a like on YouTube if you're watching it over there. Oh my days, the Pink Furby Gamer with the tier 1. Thank you so much. Hey, I wish I was a baller. Hey, Chaos Blade. Hey, Max. And Dragon. Great to see you guys. I haven't streamed much at all recently, so I'm excited to just have a chill day.
Sun chill.
So it's
2 for
Amethyst Steel. Yep. I have a Pascal, a Rapunzel, and a Peter Pan, but no songs.
Okay. And pass.
Sure. I will ready and draw. Oh, how did that happen? So, at this point, probably wise to draw off the Chernobogs because Ursula trades into them. The obvious play here is going to be Pascal, but I think we're just going to draw off both. I'll quest for one with Chernobogs. I'm going to banish it and draw a card. I'll quest for one with Chernobogs. I'll banish it and draw a card. Pavel's actually fixed it, so when I put the hotkey up, it mutes me automatically. Pavel doing God's work. So we could go Pascal. Alternatively, what we could do here is we could actually go Peter Pan plus Magic Broom. Obviously, Pascal's more questing power. I don't hate the sound of Peter Pan Magic Broom, though, because then Pascal can rush in, maybe. I think it's Crab that goes. It could also be a Rapunzel that goes. I'm on 3 Crabs currently. Hey, Zandria, great to see you. What's up? Sandrina. Oops. Hope you're good. I will ink the Crab. I'll pay 1 for Magic Broom. I'm going to tap the Lantern and therefore pay 2 for Peter Pan. It's an Italian Peter Pan, by the way.
No. Looks good.
Yeah, there's been no streams recently. I've been so busy, but this is my first weekend I think I have at home uninterrupted for like an 8 or 9 week period. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh, there's my coffee. Look on his screen.
We have to ink the cove.
Hey, Elsco, what's up?
Ursula. Quest, Ursula, go one, pass.
Yep. I will ready and I will draw. We could just take a Rapunzel now. So I have actually, believe it or not, played this matchup quite a bit because obviously there was a quite high chance I played against Zan on Emerald Steel. So this is actually a matchup I've tested a lot. I'm in a pretty good position for it. They had a slow start. The Ursula is a big problem for us. I don't want to ink the crab. I think the crab could be really valuable. But also, like, the Pascal is very likely to get taken out. I think I'm just going to double challenge here and then play Rapunzel onto Peter Pan and then sack the broom. I'm going to go Peter Pan and the magic broom to both challenge your Ursula 2. Try and find a dice without knocking my coffee over here.
Oh, that's risky.
Yeah, trust me, that is risky. I've had a few playmats been not by coffee. Curry was my bell got curry all over her. I'm gonna tap the lantern and pay 3 ink for Rapunzel. I'm gonna heal Peter Pan for 1 and draw 1 card, and I'm then gonna banish the magic broom to draw a card. So we didn't ink yet, and I did actually draw another broom. I feel like the broom is just asking to be removed, though. I might just ink the... We obviously want to ink, but I kind of like all the cards, right? I think the crab could probably go now that I have the fox. Like, fox can take out Ursula. I don't know, though. I kind of like everything here. Maybe just get rid of the broom, which is rare I would do. I will ink magic broom, and I'll pass. I have 4 in hand.
Okay, thank you.
It's nice to be playing again, though. I have missed this. Yeah, that's part of the problem with like these webcam streams. It's hard to get all the cards together, but I had them all together and I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. Because I had them all together from my game against Zan. But I have got like the red-blue text in now.
Oh, Ursula double sing on the Peter Pan.
That's why we didn't want to play the magic broom. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to be in Sweden next week and I'm in Stockholm, which I'm quite excited for. There for a few days, actually. I think Thursday to Monday. So I'm doing a Lorcana tournament on Saturday next week, which I'll be live streaming. So this time next week, I think it's like, it's over 60 players, that's for sure. And then I'm doing a Star Wars Unlimited tournament on the Sunday. So I'm excited for that. Because I'm also casting Star Wars... In 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be casting Star Wars Unlimited in Lille, their official event, which I'm really excited to get my teeth stuck into casting a different card game. Still have a bit of ink. No Genie or Rabbit. You could play Genie, but I prefer Pascal. Yep. I'll draw. You also have Rapunzel. Like, you could also play Genie. You could, like, drop the libraries, maybe. Genie's, like, very playable. I just prefer the Pascal, and I'm actually down to 3 Pascals currently. Like, all being 4 cost uninkable is a bit awkward. But, like, Rapunzel's the only card draw you really need in most situations. So we don't have Elsa. Crab seems like a good play, plus Rapunzel. Get some damage counters onto her.
And 4 in hand, sorry.
Thanks, mate. No problem at all. I will use the lantern and pay 2 ink to play Crab, giving Rapunzel Challenger 3. And Rapunzel will challenge your Ursula Deceiver of all. I'll pay 1 for Daisy Duck. And I'll pass. I have 3 cards in hand. We don't want to overdo it here. But we also have no evasives down, but I think it's fine. Like, the main thing is try and get more Rapunzel value, really. And then we can deal with the Diablo, I guess. I guess we could have tried to develop Pascal. We had to play the crab, didn't we, really? Or Fox. Take out the Ursula 3. We'd love to hit Peter Pan or Elsa off the top. But yeah, I definitely don't want to play Rabbit. I'm a big Rabbit hater. I am also interested in Emerald Amethyst as a deck, and I think I wouldn't play either in that deck either. Maybe like a 1 Genie or so. But I think Rapunzel and Prince John are the better cards in those decks. How do you feel about the overall accessibility? I think there's some cheap decks, but yeah, I think it's fine. I do think it's fine. I think the Amethyst has a lot of very cheap cards still.
5 play Beast.
But yeah, there's also a lot of expensive cards. Yep. I will ready and draw. You may draw for Diablo.
Thank you.
How many cards in hand, please?
4.
Thanks. All right, I'll start things off by questing for 2 with Daisy and Trigger. Yep, into hand it goes. Bit of a tight spot here. I mean, we're just going to quest with everything. The question is, do we take the Rapunzel value here? Probably, right? But we also might want to develop an inkable. Sorry, an evasive. But if we pay 3 for Rapunzel, I can't actually play anything else. I think we're just taking the Rapunzel here. I think it would be a bit rude not to. Having said that, we could also try and develop an evasive. The thing is, Iago, obviously, and Pascal, like Strength, is going to deal with both of them. How many cards in hand was it? Sorry, 4?
4, yes.
Cheers. I mean, obviously, if we take the Rapunzel, the odds are even higher. But I think they're likely to have Strength. I think I'm just going to take the Rapunzel here. I will pay... I'll tap the Lantern and pay 3 for Rapunzel. I'm going to heal Rapunzel for 2 and draw 2, which means you may also draw 2 for your Diablo. I'm going to ink Iago, and I'll pay 2 for Lilo. And then Crab and Rapunzel will both... Oh, sorry, I've still got that bar. Crab and Rapunzel will both quest for a total of 3. So I'll pass. 5 ink and 3 in hand. So the Lilo could be Piglet. That's like one of the main things I'm not decided on. I think also the Pascal could be Genie. I think both of those are really good options. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend this as a budget-friendly deck. I think Amethyst is going to be your go-to color. Like Amethyst Sapphire could be pretty cheap.
Do you still on King Zeus on one of the Rapunzels?
Do you mind which one?
The ready one.
Sure. I'm also wondering if you could cut Library from this deck, because it doesn't synergize with the Lantern at all. I like Library a lot, though. But yeah, maybe if you cut Library, you could go for some more card draw. Lilo or Piglet is like a weird decision point. I'm not really convinced about the Lilo, personally. I think I'd probably prefer Piglet, but I'm giving Lilo a go. Mainly because I couldn't find any Piglets, not going to lie. But that is like one of the serious considerations, so I think it's good to test Lilo.
3 for Pete.
I think like at least playing like 1 Lilo or 2 Lilos might be fine, right? So you've got the option of discarding them. Yeah, Amethyst Steel Bounce. That's true. That's probably the best budget deck. Maybe I should do a video on it, right?
Pass.
Sure. Cards in hand, please. I'm about to draw as well, so you can draw.
5 cards and then Diablo draw.
Yeah.
6 total.
Thanks. Alright, so we actually drew the Elsa. This is Elsa, apparently. Couldn't find my Elsas. Still can't find my Elsas. Let's start with Daisy Duck Trigger. I will start by questing for 2 with Daisy Duck and Trigger. Yep. I mean, the question is at this point, it's like, how worth it even is the Elsa, right? That's the big decision point. When we could just try and develop threats instead. Like we could Fox, pick up the Daisy, for example, right? Replay the Daisy. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, essentially 6 ink, and I could go to 7. So I could play like Fox and Pascal. The thing is I wouldn't be able to replay the Daisy if I was to do that. So that doesn't sound too appealing, really. It's definitely an interesting decision on what I do in this position. Because we could also like take out the Beast. I don't hate the sound of like exerting. I think we actually go for some like board control here. Like we could quest and get up to 15, but I think we've got leeway to play control here with the Elsa play. So I think I'm going to do that. If I go Elsa, I'm not playing anything else this turn though, but I think that's fine. I will exert Lantern. And I'm going to pay 4 for an Elsa. And I'm going to exert your Calhoun, please.
Yep.
Elsa's going to take out Diablo. Still not sure if this was a good play, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a good play. So one thing we could do here is we could damage the Beast to stop the card draw, but that just seems bad. I'm not really convinced by my... Now, the thing with Daisy, Aleth, is actually that you can go Daisy plus Crab for Rapunzel value. A huge part of the Daisy is because of the Rapunzel synergy. I will quest with both Rapunzel and Lilo for 4. And Crab's going to take out the Calhoun. And I'll give Daisy Challenger, and then I'll pass. Not sure that was a good play, to be honest. I think I might have just been better going wide and just trying to aggro this one out, but we slowed them down a bit, right?
Draw for turn.
I still think the Piglet's better than Lilo as well. I think there's also a world you could just play Maleficent 1
Diablo.
in this slot. Bit of an awkward card, though. But yeah, a big reason for the Daisy is good is because of its stat line with Rapunzel. I think it's definitely too good not to play. I wasn't playing it initially, but it's actually the Rapunzel synergy which makes the Daisy so spectacular, because you can just put it down on the board as a 1/4. Like a 1/4 stat line for a 1-drop is really good. The questing is just something you have to be cautious of, but you know, having that option to quest for 2 is very, very good. And in some matchups, the Daisy is just absolutely necessary for like Ruby Sapphire, for example. But it's a really good card to just sit on the board, and it stops your opponent questing in a lot of positions. If you don't have Rapunzel, I probably wouldn't play this deck, to be honest. I think you're just better off pairing Amethyst with something different. I would, yeah, you can also play Nala, but Daisy Luck is just like superior. It is uninkable, but I think that's fine.
Pete into Rapunzel. And he's resist 1, no damage.
But we've got the Rapunzel plus Elsa play now as well, so...
Beast into Lilo.
Yeah, I'm very unconvinced by the Lilo, and it could be Piglet, I think.
Quest Diablo for 1, pass.
Yep, I will ready. And I will draw. How many cards in hand, please?
6.
Cheers. I mean, Elsa takes out Diablo for free here because we can just... And we get to draw an extra card. Seems worth it. I think we'll quest with Daisy first. Daisy plus Crab could take out Beast, but I don't think we're interested in that. I will quest for 2 with Daisy, trigger. Ooh, okay. Elsa's going to challenge the Diablo. I'm going to tap the Lantern and pay 3 for Rapunzel. Healing 3 damage and drawing 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. I'll ink Iago. I don't have as much ink as I thought. I'll go 3 for Fox. I will pick up Daisy. And Fox will trade with Beast. And I'll pass.
Okay.
I don't know where my Elsas are. They're in here somewhere, but my cards are a bit of a mess at the moment. I really don't have time to look for them. Like, I looked everywhere. I couldn't find them. They'll be there somewhere, though. Like, it's very, very difficult to manage like a collection like I have when you're constantly trying to build different decks. It gets really out of hand really quickly. Like, I've spent so much time organizing it, and there's always something that goes missing, unfortunately. I have a prediction that maybe in Fabled there'll be some Rapunzels and Mauis. Even like set 2 and set 3 cards. Like, I think that Fabled might include some reprints. With like alternative artworks. That's my prediction.
Or morph.
I think it just makes sense, right? Because it doesn't necessarily drop the initial value of the card, but it makes... Yeah. I mean, it probably will, but I think that's fine, right?
Shift Pete.
We also picked up the Daisy because the Daisy was being dealt with easily, whereas the Elsa's evasive. I also have Goat in hand, so... I don't like the Lilo already, though. I think Piglet's just superior. Yep. I will ready and I'll draw. I will quest up to 19 and play Goat.
Dang. Good game.
GG.
Good game.
You had a slow start, didn't you?
Yeah. I drew into like 4 Uninkables.
Uh-huh.
Like stuck.
Yeah.
So I had to get rid of a bunch of stuff I really didn't want to. Just to get characters on the board.
Will you go first game too?
Yes.
Sure. Makes sense. The other card game I'm like really interested in at the moment, there's actually quite a few coming out that I'm interested in. Gundam is out. I actually have some cards. I want to make some stuff on that soon. League of Legends card game I'm particularly interested in. I've actually got like a tabletop sim for that game and played a little bit of the new League of Legends card game. Very interested in that one. Also, Gwent has a physical version coming out, so I'm going to be definitely going more down the variety route moving forwards. Like, Lorcana is still my favorite game to this point by a large margin. I've really enjoyed Star Wars Unlimited, but hey Rachel, great to see you. But yeah, I'm definitely I think the future plans really is to start going a little bit more variety mode. I'm not like at the moment, like it's important to note this is my career. Like if I could just do Lorcana and nothing but Lorcana and feel like I was still growing a lot, like I would do that. But I think until there's an online client, that's not really the case. So is Gwent worth it? The physical version of Gwent will be really interesting, but it's not out yet. But I think it seems really good value for money. Because you get all the cards at once. You pay like 40 quid and you get everything. So I think it will be worth it. But it's definitely more of a flash in the pan collector game, I think, rather than like something that's going to be played for years to come. Good luck. Deck's feeling good. I don't really like the Lilo so far. So the question is how to mulligan. And I think the answer is rather aggressively. I think I'm just gonna mulligan all of those.
Yep, good luck, have fun. I'm gonna send back 4.
6 for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, I really love Star Wars Unlimited. I'm streaming a Star Wars Unlimited tournament next week, but I don't wanna stream simulators for games which are maybe not supportive of them officially. Like, I think the Riot game has said they're kind of fine with simulators, but I'm not sure it's wise to do streaming a simulator of Star Wars. I don't think that's going to be good. I'm casting Star Wars Unlimited in 2 weeks, and I'm streaming a Star Wars Unlimited tournament next week. I really like it. I'm still working on like a big project for that as well.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Ready when you are, mate. Yeah, I'm casting in Lille. It got announced yesterday, Ring. I will be there as a caster. I had a ticket as a player, but I'll draw. So the Elsas are really good. It's probably just Fox which goes here. Fox is also a good card to deal with Ursula. I think we'll drop the Fox. Whoops. I'm going to ink Fox. Play Chernobyls. Pass. The Lantern's so good in this deck, bruv. But sure, I'll be playing Riftbound. Nice. I actually have some Riftbound cards behind me. Riftbound videos will start soon once I like get organized and find enough time for all the days of the world. Draw. I will quest for 1. No trigger. I'll ink Elsa. Gonna pay 2 for Lantern. And pay nothing for Daisy. And pass. So I have a Diablo and Elsa in my hand as my 2 inkable cards. Decided to ink.
Ink that we don't talk about.
Could have inked Diablo, but
3.
I think 2 Elsas is a lot.
Pass.
Yep. I will draw. Drew another Elsa. Cards in hand, please.
5.
Thanks. I think I'll quest with Daisy, so trigger. Oof. See, Daisy's kind of broken when that happens. That's the thing. The risk reward is kind of worth it. I'll quest form with Chernobyls, and I'm thinking on the trigger. I will banish it to draw. I'll ink Diablo, and for 3, I will play Pascal.
Okay.
Pass. Deck is feeling good. I think I might get rid of the library and just try and rely on Rapunzel for the draw. I think it's fine. Like, Library of Lantern feels pretty terrible, I have to say. I do like the library a lot, though. I don't like the Lilo particularly. I think Piglet's better.
On the Pascal.
I lost my Elsas, mate. I don't know where they are. They're there somewhere, but I'm not tearing my hair out looking for them any longer. I just want to play.
Play another Storm on the Pascal.
We've got the Peter Pan and Elsa, which can come through here to take out the Diablo. Elsa on turn 4, thanks to Lantern. Peter Pan.
Play Hidden Cove.
Ooh, hoo, hoo.
And pass.
Yep. I will ready and draw. You may draw.
5 cards in hand.
Thanks, mate. So here the decision is, like, do I play Peter Pan plus a Daisy? I mean, I'm always inking one else. I think I probably just go... I think it's Peter Pan plus a Daisy, right? I'm going to ink Elsa. I might have changed my mind. I think I changed my mind. I'll pay 3 for Peter Pan. And challenge Diablo.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll pay 1 for Daisy. How many cards did you have in hand?
5.
I will quest for 2 with Daisy and trigger. Yep. And pass.
Yep.
So it's possible I wasn't supposed to ink there.
Turn.
I have 2 in hand. Possible I wasn't supposed to ink. But my Pascal can rush now. I think it's better. Like I can play Pascal now and
Diablo.
hit the cove. And also if he plays another Diablo, then I can Elsa this turn.
2 for Calhoun.
Prince John's Purple Dream. Yeah, that one's up my sleeve for sure. I definitely want to check that deck out.
John and pass.
Mm-hmm. I'll draw. I'm going to exert Lantern and pay 3 for Pascal. It has Rush because of Peter Pan, so I'll deal 3 to the Hidden Cove.
Yep. The Peter Pan gives everything evasive too, right?
No, this is the one that gives your evasive cards Rush.
Oh, okay.
There's another Peter Pan, a 4 cost, which gives your cards with Rush evasive. But yeah, this one is giving evasive cards Rush. It's actually the most sold card on Card Market this week in Europe, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Big shout out to the channel sponsor. Peter Pan's gonna also challenge the Cove. Daisy will challenge Cove. And this Daisy will quest for 2, which I probably should have done much sooner, but never mind. Yep. And then I'll pass with 2 cards in hand. We have Library in hand. Library's really good in this matchup, actually, but I don't know. I think there's a world I could get behind cutting it. Like, it's really tough to fit everything I want in this one. I'm not a huge fan of the Lilo, I have to say. I think the Lilo is the card I don't like the most, but I think you do want some kind of card which gets some questing power in.
2 for Morph.
Yeah. I mean, my deck is just now teched for Ruby Sapphire somewhat with like goats, but it was a conscious decision for that tournament not to tech for that matchup because I just don't think Ruby Sapphire was a good bring.
Diablo.
It was a calculated risk, and I think it was a good decision. It just, in hindsight, obviously looks bad, but I stand by the decision making. Just got a bit unlucky. I don't think Ruby Sapphire was a good pick at all for Zan. I don't think he's going to be able to win the tournament with that deck. Yep. Already. And draw. I'll quest for 2 with Daisy, trigger. Yep. I'll quest for 2 with Daisy, trigger. Oof. Yep. I'll quest for 3 with Pascal. I'm going to exert Lantern, paying 3 for Rapunzel. I'm going to heal Peter Pan for 2 and draw 2 cards. I'll pay 1 for Chernobog's Followers. And then quest for 1 with Peter Pan and pass. I have 3 cards in hand. No, I'm not inking much, by the way.
Draw for turn. Calhoun.
My opponent
into
definitely got unlucky
Daisy
here.
Closest to Pascal.
Probably the ordering's a bit off there, right? Should have gained some lore with the Calhoun.
4.
Because Tinkerbell's going to come through. Oh god, do I have enough dice? I shouldn't have played the Chernobyls, that wasn't my finest moment. Yeah, it's possible you could play Maleficent.
Other Daisy.
What was it into the other Daisy? Tink? Yep.
That Tink, yep. And then the splash on the Pascal.
Yep. It's pretty impressive. I definitely shouldn't have played that Chernobog's though.
Ursula seeing Storm onto the Peter Pan for 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then draw, and the second on the Rapunzel.
Sure.
Draw.
I have another Rapunzel in hand, so here's hoping I get it through.
John's gonna sing Strength on the Rapunzel.
I did not get it through. That was brutal. What is that? My god.
How many cards in hand?
3.
Okay, we're going to Ink and Ursula for 3. Hypnotize.
Yep. I'll discard Elsa.
And I will draw for John. Draw for Hypnotize.
Might have been supposed to discard library there. I think I might try without the library.
5 cards in hand.
Cool, thanks mate. Alrighty, and draw. Pass. We need some goats. Oh, I do have the Lilo, but again, this is the... I don't even have it. The Lilo like wouldn't even feel good here, right? I think Lilo's bad. I'm gonna cut it already. I don't like it. Why is there a Daisy over here? Is this supposed to be in my deck, or was it... I think she might have like not got shuffled in. I don't know. I might have been on a 59 card deck by accident.
Hardcast Storm. Draw.
It's dice because of Vanish. Looks like we lost this one.
2.
I do think Piglet's good. It's inkable, right? Good with Snake.
3, 4.
I don't know where my Piglets are,
Jesus.
though. I can't find them. I actually don't even know if I have a playset of Piglets somehow. I think I gave some away.
Plus a Tink for 2. And pass.
Yep. Already, and draw. I'm going to tap Lantern. Pay 3 for Rapunzel. I'll ink Library and pass. I think I might have accidentally flashed my goat to him there. Probably shouldn't have left 1 card in hand against the Prince, John. Do you mind if I undo my ink I did there? Just...
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't ink. Well, you saw why I inked. It was the library, so I'm going to put that back into hand.
Sure.
2 cards in hand. My bad.
No worries.
Because yeah, obviously I don't want to be discarding the goat. But if he can't answer Rapunzel, the goat maybe gets me just across the line.
Wait. 2 for a morph. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Pass.
Yep. I will quest for 2. Pay 4 for goat. Go to 19. Tap Lantern. Play Daisy. And I will ink the library. No cards in hand.
The goat comes back to win it again.
Oh no, mate. The new edition. I wasn't playing this recently, but it's making the difference.
Good games.
GG, mate. That was really close, and you had bad starts both times.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much, mate. You take care, yeah?
Yep.
That was fun. Cheers. All right. Well, that went well, didn't it? So if we take a look at the list over on Dreamborn here. I don't like Lilo. I do quite like the sound of Piglet. I think I want to try without libraries too. The thing with library is it's very good, but library in a Lantern deck feels a little bit forced. You know? It just kind of does. It does kind of feel a bit forced. I don't really like Lilo, but I think you definitely want some kind of extra questing power in here, or like some kind of lore gain in here. What about Bruno Madrigal and bosses on a roll? I mean, that could work. I think Bruno's kind of underrated. What do you guys reckon? Yeah, but Desert Nomad, like the thing to recognize against Ruby Sapphire is the deck I built for that tournament was literally designed not to play against Ruby Sapphire. That was the whole idea. I took out goats, I took out things like Lilo and piglets because I made a meta read that I would not play against any Ruby Sapphire for the rest of the tournament. Because there was only 5 potential opponents and I predicted exactly what everyone would be on somewhat, and I was very close. I predicted that DKP would lose his round 1 because you know you're playing against DKP, surely you can't play something which doesn't just beat Ruby Sapphire, right? Now, Kurt ended up playing Amber Steel, which was like the most obvious pick for him in a vacuum, so I wasn't totally surprised. I just thought he would bring something that was better into Ruby Sapphire, but he managed to win. And then my read is, okay, if Kurt's bringing something, likely to bring something which is really good into Ruby Sapphire, and Artabax is in the top. Like, you have to beat Artabax at some point to win the tournament, and Artabax is obviously going to play Emerald Amethyst. Like, I don't think that Ruby Sapphire was a good meta call for this tournament at all. And I stand by that. I don't think Zan's going to be able to win the tournament. Maybe he can, because he has a different take on it, and he's a very good player. But just like, that was my kind of thought process going into the tournament, right? Like, I didn't actually think Zan would play Emerald Steel. I thought there was like, obviously, a very high chance he would, but my gut feeling was he would actually want to play something different, fearing that I would build like a counter deck of some sort. There's a lot of mind games on there, but yeah, I didn't expect him to play Ruby Sapphire. For what it's worth, I think it was a bad meta call for the tournament, which is again why I didn't expect Ruby Sapphire. I think that I stand by my I took a calculated risk with my deck. I built a deck which I felt could win the tournament and be able to take down Amethyst Emerald and be good there and beat other decks too. But not, like, as soon as you're putting cards in which are good against Ruby Sapphire, you're making your other matchups worse, right? So it was a calculated risk. This deck can definitely beat Ruby Sapphire. It's Amber Amethyst, right? Like, there's going to be the tools available to beat Ruby Sapphire if you build it in the right way. I don't know if it's going to be a spectacular matchup necessarily, but yeah, I think 3 Pascals might be the right amount. Like, 4 feels a little bit clunky at times, but maybe 4's fine, right? I also think 4 Iagos is a lot, to be fair. I could see less than 4. We need some extra questing power. We have 6 slots. So do you like the 3 ink Donald? Not massively, I have to say. If we look at, like, I think I want caricatures as well, right? You could also look at Mufasa, right? Like, Mufasa is a very serious option. We could turn it into a Mufasa deck. I really don't hate it. I really, really don't hate it. If we're cutting the library, Mufasa's also like more coverage against Ruby Sapphire. Piglet, yes. The problem with Piglet is I'd have to proxy stuff because I don't know where my Piglets are, but that's fine. Piglet can come into the deck. I think I'm missing a Daisy here in my deck. So library's going to come out. I'm pretty sure 1. And Lilo's will come out too. Because that's the other thing, right? Like, we could add in Mufasa. I still think you want some kind of extra early curve. Honey Maron, White Rose, maybe. I'm not really sure. Genie, the problem with Genie is Genie and Pascal like operate in the same slot. And too many of these cards which do the same thing, I think, is problematic. I actually prefer Pascal a lot to Genie in this deck. Can't be brawled. It can't be removed by Sisu. Genie feels pretty bad against Ruby Sapphire, actually. It feels really bad against Ruby Sapphire in my experience. I really like Pascal. I kind of just want to play 4 Pascals, I think. Again, this was like me cutting a Pascal was me trying to fit in everything else. I do still think you want like a reasonably low curve, though. Like, I think we want to bring some like low curve cards into the deck. I kind of don't hate the sound of Mufasa. And I do feel like Mufasa is a card that like it makes sense to play 4 copies of if you're going to play it as well. I definitely don't hate the sound of Mufasa. GG, mate. Trying to practice at 5 a.m. GG though, that's awesome. I respect it. No, it was close, man. You drew very badly. It's also a matchup I practiced a lot because I was expecting Zan maybe to be on that deck, so I needed to make sure it wasn't completely awful. I think like 2 or 3 piglets sounds good as well, right? I think we'll just put some piglets in. So I'm kind of not against like Mufasa. Piglet is going to give us like a much better matchup suddenly into Ruby Sapphire, right? And it's only the lanterns that can be. I don't like the library particularly. We are a bit short on card draw though. That's like the other thing. We're very reliant on Rapunzel, but I think that's fine. I don't have a big issue with being reliant on Rapunzel. I think 4 piglets is too many. I think 3 might be the right amount. So then how do we go down to the 60 cards? I could see just playing 3 Pascal, 3 Iago. I think that's kind of reasonable. Thing is like Iago synergy with Rapunzel's so good. Yeah, the problem with Queen's Castle, again, I like Queen's Castle a lot in general. The problem is with Queen's Castle and the library is the lack of synergy with Lantern puts me off quite a bit, the cards. I think if you want to play Queen's Castle, I think Blurple is the deck for Queen's Castle. And the library, by the way, is really, really good. I just think that I want a heavier focus on characters. And if I'm at 56 characters and I have Lantern, Mufasa does sound pretty good with all the evasives. It's a way of teching for Ruby Sapphire a bit more as well. I think I'm going to play Mufasa. Can you believe it, guys? I'm a Mufasa gamer now. Like, Mufasa can't be bad in this deck. I think with the library, the Mufasa's less appealing, but as soon as I'm like gravitating towards cutting that, I do actually have a playset of Mufasa, but let's hope they're in the binder. Oh no, they're not, are they? No, guys. Oh. God damn it, Mufasa. Where the heck is he then? He's not in the binder. I guess we'll just have to have a big little look for everything and try and find some Mufasas and some other bits and bobs. Did I play a Mufasa deck recently? Not that really comes to mind. That's Star Wars cards. That's Star Wars cards. That's Magic cards. Oh, I found my Elsas. Oh, look at that. Happy days. All right. They're in a Jafar deck. Makes sense. Now I need the Mufasas though. Rip. I mean, we could proxy them if I don't want to look for ages. Because I fear I might have to look for ages. We'll just proxy them, guys. I can't be bothered. My bad. I will do it. Clearly, I need to do a tidy up with my cards, but oh my god, does it take a long time. It's not that, like, the thing is things just get out of hand unbelievably quickly. I dare you guys to try and manage this amount of cards when you're switching decks all the time. It sounds easy, it's really not. I just don't have the space in my room for it either. That's like the other big problem. I just don't have space, mate. It's like, it sounds easy to just put everything back, but do you know how time consuming it is, mate? Like the amount of time this is why I just don't really like doing nothing but Lorcana content anymore at this point. I don't want to branch out because doing like gameplay streams every day is so exhausting because of the amount of extra work it is to find all the cards, to sleeve all the cards, all those sorts of things. Like it really, really adds up, and it's the kind of thing that you just don't see, right? Because like if I'm not streaming doing that, which why would I? It's like really easy to underestimate how exhausting it gets, honestly, and overwhelming it can get. I am trying to get better at organizing things, and I still clearly need to improve, but alas. It's also like if I'm traveling for events, usually I'm like scrambling to find cards quite last minute, all that sort of stuff. So they're the Mufasas. We've got the Elsas now. What else is coming out? I think we said one Iago can come out, maybe. I wonder if Snake... Nah, Snake's good. I like the Snakes. We don't need the Elsas, right? The Elsa proxies. Maybe I just turn these into piglets. It's not really readable, is it? At least I have a Sharpie. Could be worse. Now with the current setup, we're very, very, very reliant on Rapunzel for card draw. So that's something to keep in mind. But I think that's also fine. It's Rapunzel, mate. Like, Rapunzel is a very good card draw. So we still need to fit in the 3 piglets somehow. So we do 1 here. We do 1 for this Iago here. Maybe even 2 piglets is fine, to be honest. I'm not really sure I want to drop Pascal's. Then we'll just do 2 piglets. And we'll try and queue up a game. Using a box? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm hopefully moving relatively soon, so... I'm only going to search hardcore ranked as well, which is the best of 3. I don't really want to play 1 best of 1. I want to try and climb the hardcore ranked ladder. Organizing deck building takes a long time. Yeah. Have I stopped playing Star Wars Unlimited? No, I'm doing a stream in next week on Sunday. I'm doing Star Wars Unlimited. I haven't played since Liverpool, but I'm just very busy. Like the plan for me moving forward is variety card games. So I'll be dipping my toe into lots of stuff. And when I have an opportunity to play Star Wars, I will. And I'm commentating in 2 weeks the major event in Lille. I'll be commentating. Hey mate, I'm streaming. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Thanks very much. Is half cut alright?
Yep.
Same for me. Good luck.
Good luck.
Oof. That is a hand. I'm not sure about keeping 2 daisies. There's actually a world we could get rid of both, interestingly. I could see it. When we don't know what we're up against. I might just get rid of both. Like, we have the 1-drops. I don't know what I'm up against. Thing is with a Daisy, like, you have to play it. I think I might drop both. But also, like, Daisy's so good with Rapunzel. Probably should keep 1. 2 for me. 1, 2. I think we're supposed to keep 1. Like, you shouldn't keep 2 Daisies, right? Because Daisy's a lot of the time just going to sit there for us and not quest. And it's just going to wait for the right moment to take a favorable challenge and get Rapunzel value. Like, Daisy's really the Rapunzel card in this deck. It's obviously good against, like, slow decks too. And it can really help you turn the burner on, but you need to be really careful about when you quest with Daisy. Alright, very best of luck, mate.
You too.
So the first decision is, do we ink an Elsa or do we ink a Diablo 1? And I think we just get rid of an Elsa. I will ink Elsa. And I'll pay 1 for Channelbox followers. Pass.
I'll draw. We'll ink Pete.
Was this the... Sorry,
Diablo.
yeah, was it the 3 cost, Pete?
Yep.
Cool, thanks, mate.
Okay. Alright.
Not a hand you see every day, right?
No. And pass.
Sure. I will draw. I'll quest form with Chernabog's and banish to draw. Inkiago. Probably just put the Diablo down, honestly. Daisy's are pretty good cards to discard in this matchup, I would guess. I'm going to Inkiago for 2. I'll play Lantern. I'm going to exert the Lantern and pay 0 ink to play Diablo. Pass. Lantern is so good! I've wanted to play Lantern, Amber, Amethyst, guys, for like 6 months.
We'll ink Mr. Sneak.
I theory crafted it so long ago.
We'll pay 2 for a morph. And we'll quest Diablo.
Shot.
And pass.
Yep, I'll draw. I will exert Lantern and pay 2 for Peter Pan. Peter Pan will challenge the Diablo. I'll ink Diablo, pay 1 for Daisy Duck. Pass. My hand is Daisy and Elsa
I'll
here.
ink Diablo.
Hypnotize and Sing Sudden Chill would put us in a tight spot, I think.
Pay 1 for Clarabelle. Pay 2 to banish the Lantern.
Damn! You don't see that every day.
And then I'll pass.
I wasn't expecting that. I'll draw. I'm going to very sadly ink Elsa and for 4 play Iago. I'll quest form with Diablo. I'll quest form with Peter Pan. And pass with 1 card in hand.
Okay, I'll draw.
My card is Daisy in hand.
I'll ink Ursula.
We need to respect Tinkerbell Shift.
We'll pay 4 to shift on Tinkerbell.
I'll draw for Diablo.
Tinkerbell will sing Along Came Zeus to Iago.
Sure. We drew Daisy and
Quest Clarabelle.
Diablo, which isn't ideal. We need to find Rapunzel. I'll draw. Three for Peter Pan. I'll challenge Clarabelle. Peter Pan will quest for 1. I'll pay 1 for Daisy and pass with 1 card in hand. Could have inked it. I don't know. Might have been more wise. Because of like Hypnotize, for example. But
Tinkerbell will sing Let the Storm Rage On to the 1 damage Peter Pan.
you can see the risk maybe of playing no library, right? Like we're relying on Rapunzel for draw.
Pay 1
Maybe
for
we want to
Captain
add in
Hook.
like genies, for example, for that reason. If we're cutting a library, I think it's very
Pay 2
reasonable
for a morph.
consideration.
And
Mhm.
pass.
Sure. Cards in hand, please. Draw. How many cards in hand, please?
1.
Cool, thanks. So my hand is Snake Diablo. The question is, do we start questing with a Daisy here? Because I can play everything. Probably. I need some questing power at some point. But we are going to feed them, sadly. I'm going to quest for 2 with Daisy and trigger.
Robin Hood.
Uh-oh. Pay 2 for Snake. I'm going to bounce Daisy Duck back to hand. Pay 1 for Daisy Duck. Pay 1 for Diablo. And I'll quest for 1 with Peter Pan. Pass. No cards in hand.
We'll draw. Tinkerbell will sing Let the Storm Rage On into Peter Pan.
Yep. Doesn't look good for us, sadly. So what other card draw can we get instead of Rapunzel? Like, instead of library? Is there any other, like,
5 for Robin Hood.
character card draw? I really didn't vibe with the library too hard in the deck overall. I mean, it can pop off. It might just be necessary still. Library's good.
Quest Captain Hook.
It is a bit wonky
Pass.
with the lantern. Sure. I'll draw. I do have a few proxies, by the way.
Oh, that's okay. There's no worries.
Cards in hand, please.
I have 1.
Thanks. I think Diablo will challenge Tinkerbell and I'll draw. We found Rapunzel. But there's not much I can actually damage against right now. So what we might want to do is we might just want to delay the Rapunzel play, because then I could challenge Robin Hood with a Daisy, right? The Tinkerbell's a big problem for us. So my hand right now is Rapunzel Piglet. I could obviously take out the Captain Hook and draw 1 card, but that doesn't sound particularly good. I think we need more than 1. Dealing with the Elsa is just going to be a big... dealing with the Tink's just going to be a big problem anyway. I'm going to pay 2 for Piglet, the one that quests for 3 if I have multiple characters. I couldn't find them. Pass.
No worries.
Tinkerbell's definitely a big problem for us, isn't it? A big old problem. It's one of the best cards against our deck, really.
We'll pay 3 and shift another Robin Hood.
Might also support playing like 4 crabs
And
again
then
as well,
pay
because I
2
think
for
I'm
Calhoun.
only at 3 crabs right now. I was on 4 for a long time. Kind of
Quest
don't like the
7
piglets that much if I'm playing Mufasa.
to go to 10.
Yep,
Pass.
sure. I'll draw. Daisy Duck's going to challenge a Robin Hood.
Yep.
And then I'll pay 4 for Rapunzel, healing Daisy and drawing 3 cards. 1,
Okay.
2, 3. Ink Magic Broom, play Daisy Duck. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. Well, I'll quest for 3 with Piglet up to 10. quest for 2 with Daisy to 12 and trigger.
Strength.
Okay, we'll take that. Captain Hook shift would get you there, but it's 2, 4, 6, 8 on Calhoun, 9. I will quest also with the snake, and I'll pass. I have 2 in hand. The piglet put in work, guys! See, like that little bit of lore does add up. Shouldn't be a piglet hater. Really, the issue here was Tinkerbell shift and the Clara. Like, to be honest, it was the Clarabelle. The Clarabelle was actually game winning, right? Because I could have lanterned into Elsa taking out the morph before the Tink even came through. So like the Clarabelle item removal was really what wrecked us.
Storm Rage on the unexerted Daisy Duck.
Sure. Like you really see the power of Lantern here. Like when my Lantern got Clarabelled, it was actually the potentially game-winning play. I think I was in a very good position without it. And there's no item removal in the current metagame, apart from apparently a Clarabelle one. It's not really very popular.
Tinkerbell will take out a Daisy.
Yep.
And then splash the damage onto the unexerted.
Yep. I took out the foil Daisy for you, mate. I have a goat in hand.
Captain Hook will take out Piglet in trade.
Yep.
Robin. This Robin will take out Madam Mim.
Sure. You gain 2 lore.
Yep. And then Calhoun and Robin will take out Daisy.
Yep, so you gain 2 more lore.
That goes to 2. And then we'll pass.
Sure. I'll draw. I will quest. Is it 2 damage on the Robin Hood and 3? 2 and 3, is it?
Yes. 3 from Madam Mim, and then 1 from one Daisy, and then 1 from the other Daisy.
Yep. Game's yours. Well played.
No worries.
I'll go first, please.
Of course.
Yeah, you really see how good Lantern is there, right? Like when the Lantern got removed, the Elsa would have been able to come through and deny the morph shift Tink. But you can also see like maybe the need for us to have a little bit of extra card draw without the library. But the library for me is like, it's a good card, but it just doesn't fit this deck that well. Like with Lantern, and I like going the Mufasa route instead. Yeah, we'll mention the Clarabelle one after the game. Like, one little tip to give you guys is a lot of the time people will discuss after games, like, oh, this play was really good, and you actually almost, like, give your opponent, like, an opportunity to reflect on how they won the game and stuff like that, right? Something I think you should try and avoid doing until, like, the series is done. It's obviously not that deep, but I think also you saw them that maybe we just want to add, like, the 4th crab back into the deck as well. There was quite a lot of turns I really could have done with the 4th crab. Like, the crab getting cut is kind of what happens when you're, like, trying to squeeze library and the bell top end in there, but I think we should play 4. It is slow, but I think that's fine with the Mufasa and piglets.
We'll drop 1.
It's a pretty good hand. Probably just don't mulligan, I think. You really don't want to hit more, you don't want to hit more lanterns. I'm going to keep my hand, mate.
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
Sweet. I'll ink Piglet. And for 1, play Magic Broom. Pass. No, I'm not playing Daisy on 1 either, because Daisy's, again, really there for Rapunzel in a lot of ways. You don't want to just feed them too early with this deck. Daisy's really there for her Rapunzel synergy in a lot of ways. Sure.
Okay. I'm going to discard Strength and shift in Diablo.
Sure.
And pass.
Yep. I'll draw for turn. Gonna ink Diablo. Quest for 1. Pay 2 for Lantern. I'm going to exert the Lantern and pay 0 ink for Daisy. And I'll banish Magic Broom and draw a card. And pass.
Draw.
My hand is Rapunzel, Fox, Snake,
I'll ink
and Diablo 1.
Pay 2 for a morph.
Yeah, we had libraries.
Diablo.
I was on 4 libraries. I'm just playing none for the moment.
Pass.
I don't like the lack of synergy of Lantern. Yep. I'll draw, you may draw.
Yeah.
Cards in hand, please.
I have 4.
Cheers. I'll ink Snake, exert Lantern, and pay 3 for Iago. Pass.
Draw. We'll ink Diablo.
Yeah, was it? It was ready still.
We'll pay 1 for Clarabelle and 2 to banish the Lantern.
You found the line, mate. Hopefully my Iago hangs around, otherwise I think we're cooked. There is a world you could play Genie still, right? Like no Iago, just play Genie and Pascal, or just Genie. Like I think Genie over Pascal makes more sense now that I've cut the libraries. Oh, yep.
Pass.
Sure. I'll draw. You may draw. Oops. Iago is going to challenge Diablo.
Yeah.
I'm going to ink Diablo and for 4 play Rapunzel. I'm going to heal Iago for 2 and draw 2 cards. How many cards do you have in hand, please?
4.
Thank you. I will pass. I'm going to put the 4th crab back in.
I'll draw.
Yeah, the 4 Iago's nice. It's also in the starter deck, right? I think I've got a play set of 4 Iagos.
We'll pay 4 to shift on Tinkerbell.
Yep. I remember her.
Tinkerbell is then going to sing Zeus onto Iago.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will pass.
Sure. I will draw. We have Crab and Fox in hand, so we're in a pretty good position here. The question is, how do we sequence this? I can just do Crab plus Fox next turn, right? So we probably just play it like that. Ink that, play Goat and Diablo. I'll ink Chernobog's Followers. Pay 4 for Goat, gain a law. Pay 1 for Diablo, I have 2 cards in hand. Pass. This does run the risk of if I top deck an uninkable, I can't make the play out. Well, I can just go Goat actually into... Deck's feeling nice. I really do like the deck a lot. I think I want to put the 4th crab back in. Kind of desert, but kind of not. Kind of. It's kind of true.
Clarabelle. Tinkerbell will sing Let the Storm Rage On onto your Diablo.
Sure. I will draw. Actually, will I? How many cards do you have in hand?
0.
But you're going to draw for Storm, right?
Yes. Now.
Yeah, I'll still draw for Diablo.
And then you've got 3 cards now.
3, yes.
So I can draw 2.
Sure.
Clarabelle effect.
Sounds good.
And then I'll pass.
All right. I'll draw. Game's a lot of fun since the Hiram ban, I have to say. I can't even play both of these, but Crab on to Goat takes out Odd Matey. That sounds pretty good. Fox Rapunzel is also like a big line for us to build towards. I don't think we want to exert Rapunzel. But I can go Fox plus Daisy, or Crab plus Daisy rather. Which I guess is the play. I will pay 3 for Crab. I'm going to give Goat Challenger 3, and Goat will trade with Tinkerbell, and I'll gain 1 law. I'll pay 1 for Daisy Duck. How many cards was it in hand? 3? Must be it.
3.
Daisy that will quest for 2 and trigger, which I should have done sooner, but never mind.
Pete.
Yeah, this is the 5 cost or the 6 cost Pete,
Yeah.
right?
The Emerald Steel one, yes.
Thank you. I'll pass. 2 in hand.
2 in hand? Okay. We'll draw. We will ink Pete.
Mm-hmm. We didn't exert Rapunzel because I want the Rapunzel back in hand off Fox to get more draw. Like the cutting library just makes the snake on Rapunzel and Fox on Rapunzel play a lot more relevant. But we're gonna put the 4th crab back in. I'm not sure what we'll cut just yet. I do like trying to play with that library. Like library sounds like it's really good, but it really feels too slow for me. It's a bit too passive. Like Rapunzel, just trying to rely on Rapunzel a bit more, I think is reasonable. No, they drew remain for the Clarabelle. They drew 2.
We'll pay 2 for Calhoun.
0 to hero. It's a bit clunky, but it's a cool card. It's definitely got some potential. But I'm also like, by cutting the libraries, I'm also bringing Mufasa into the deck,
We'll pay
right?
3
So it's kind of cool.
to play Strength onto the Daisy that's unexerted.
Sure, so it's 2, right?
Yep.
Interesting.
Clarabelle will take out Daisy.
Yep.
Pass.
Sure. I have 2 in hand. Do you draw for Clarabelle?
No, I've got 2 in hand as well.
Cool. I'll draw. So we actually hit another Rapunzel. But I can't play Fox and Rapunzel. But what I could do is I could just play the Rapunzel, sacrifice Crab and like Daisy, for example. So I could go Crab into Calhoun, give the Daisy extra strength, right? I mean, the first play is always Rapunzel, right? We're always taking Rapunzel here. And then I could hit Snake. That Snake wouldn't do it either, right? It would specifically have to be Fox this turn. Fox plus Crab in one swoop. But then my hand's just awkward, right? I think we're always playing Rapunzel here. I'll pay 4 for Rapunzel. I'm going to heal Daisy and draw 2. 1, 2. Crab is going to challenge the Clarabelle, and I'm going to give Challenger to Daisy. And then Daisy will trade with Clarabelle. Rapunzel will quest for 2. And I'll ink Goat. I have 3 cards in hand, and I'll pass. So my hand is Mufasa, Peter Pan, Fox. They probably had something lined up with the Daisy. But yeah. I think they've played very well so far.
We'll pay 6 for a Tinkerbell.
Yep.
Calhoun will challenge into Rapunzel.
Yep, nicely done.
And we'll pass.
Sure. Cards in hand, please.
2.
Thank you. I will draw. Quest for 2. I'm going to pay 3 for Fox. I'll pick up Rapunzel. Fox will trade with Calhoun.
Yeah.
3 for Peter Pan. Pass. 3 in hand.
Okay.
My hand is Mufasa, Rapunzel.
Or Ink Diablo.
But Peter Pan can quest because it's evasive, so it's a good card to get down, right? Hey, Abel. Gee, Abel, great to see you, mate. What's up?
5 for Captain Hook.
Oh, he actually does. Okay, that's a spicy card. I thought I quested for 2, but it's only 1. Because in the last game, I was like, oh, if there's a shift hook, maybe he has it, but I forgot I only quest for 1. I used to love this card.
He's amazing.
He's very uninkable, though,
We'll pass
chat.
for that.
That's the problem. Cards in hand, please.
1.
Thanks. I will draw. I'll quest for 1. Mufasa! The new edition. I have Mufasa somewhere, but I couldn't find them, and I got bored of looking, so...
Fair enough.
Rip. Pass with 3 in hand.
We'll draw.
I am not at Ravensburg, unfortunately. I'd already committed to a tournament in Stockholm that weekend, and I think it would have been unprofessional to pull out of it. So I unfortunately will not see you there, but I wish you luck. I would love to have competed. I think...
Captain Hook will single out the Storm Rage onto Peter Pan.
Yep.
Draw.
I would love to have really tried to make a good run at winning that event, but I'm going to be playing in Stockholm, which I'm really excited for as well, and I'll try and win that event.
Pay 5 for Robin Hood.
Yep. They damaged the Peter Pan,
Tinkerbell.
but I have Rapunzel in hand, so I think that was a misplay. Yep.
1 card in hand.
Thanks, mate. I'll draw. 4 for Rapunzel.
Nice.
I'm going to heal Peter Pan and draw 2. 1, 2. Peter Pan will quest for 1. Yeah, I think they forgot about the... Ah, nice. We're in the same team as them. Let's go. Yeah, they did so well. So the decision here is what do we ink? It's probably just Elsa, right? I'll ink Elsa. And for 3, I'm going to play Peter Pan. I could challenge... I could go in with Peter Pan and Mufasa into the hook. Actually, I can do that. Is
Unfortunately,
that
you can't with Peter Pan. Because it's characters with cost 3 or less.
can't challenge it,
him.
right? Yeah. Thanks.
So with Mufasa, you can.
I could go into Tinkerbell, though. Is that worth it? Maybe. I could see it. That's a very interesting question. How many cards do you have in hand?
1.
Yeah, let's go Peter Pan and Mufasa into Tinkerbell, and then my Mufasa will trigger. Oh! Gain a law. I think he's gone to the answer the door. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. You were right, I had to answer the door. So I'll take out Tinkerbell dies.
Yep. And then I got goat off of the Mufasa.
Oh, nice.
I think I played Rapunzel this turn, right? I played Rapunzel and Peter Pan, so she can't quest.
Yeah.
So I'll pass. Raw Mufasa! Bufasa! I really need to find them, man. Imagine...
Cards in hand.
3. Imagine not having the Mufasas, Brev. What the heck is wrong with me? I'll have a little look while we're...
Sorry, I will ink Pete. We'll pay 7 to play Clarabelle.
Nice. I'm looking for my Mufasas while you're playing. They're in here somewhere. Well, they're around here somewhere.
Robin Hood will challenge the goat.
Yeah, so I'll gain a law and you gain 2 law.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Only gain 1.
Then we'll quest Captain Hook to go to 9 and pass. And then I
Alrighty.
draw 3 cards from Clarabelle effect.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
And then pass.
Cool. I'll ready. And I'll draw. I'll quest for 3 to 16. Sorry, I'm actually at 7 ink. I didn't have it updated.
I'm at 8.
Gonna go for Mufasa. And I'll go for Piglet. And I'll pass. 2 in hand.
Okay. We'll draw.
My hand is Goat and China Box. Pretty good hand. Wait, I know where my Mufasas are. They're going to be in my Churner Dog deck, aren't they? They have to be. But where is that? Maybe it's in here. Bam! I found them.
Nice. So we will pay 3 to let the Storm Rage on Piglet.
Yep. Looks like I only found 3 Mufasas. No! What the heck, man? Oh.
We'll pay 2 for a Smee. 2 for another Smee. We'll pay 1, play a Clarabelle.
Yep.
We will ink a Robin Hood.
Sure.
Then Captain Hook will take out Rapunzel.
Okie dokie. Does it have Challenger 3, yeah?
Yes, Challenger 3. We will quest with Clarabelle and Robin
Mm-hmm.
to go to 10, 11.
I have Goat in hand, so I think we win.
I inked for 10, and then how many cards do you have in hand?
2.
So I draw 2 from Clarabelle effect
Yep.
and pass.
I'll draw. Quest, Goat. Just about.
Just in time.
Ooh,
Good job.
what a game. Well played.
Crazy, yeah.
So, you'll go first, I assume.
I would like to, yes please.
I am just going to quickly get my Mufasas in the right sleeve, sir.
No worries, I can do a quick card shuffle anyway. While you do that.
Oops. Sadly, I have no idea where Piglet is, but never mind.
Do you have a Still Song deck?
Nope. I actually think that I might not have a playset of Piglet somehow. Like, I think I...
Oh wow.
I think I traded Piglet away at some point thinking I had more and didn't.
Do you have a Lumineers quest?
Yeah, well, that's the one I know I have that somewhere, but
I was
I
gonna say that
can't find
Piglet's in
any
there.
of my piglets.
Piglet's in there, I know.
Is there quite a lot of piglets?
I know there's at least one. There could possibly be 2 piglets
Yeah.
in there.
Hey, Paylog, it's you. We're at the moment we're playing no libraries. We're not playing Bell. That's the main thing.
Okay.
Good luck. Oh, I'm not muted. I am muted, I mean.
Discard 3.
Alright. Nice. It's probably just... So here's like a risky moment. Like, do we even keep the lantern when we know he plays Clarabelle 1? Probably not. We probably just 4 mulligan. But like, even if you hit the lantern and you want to get rid of everything else, you need to be really careful about not hitting double lantern. So I think it's a 7, even if we weren't worried about Clarabelle. But with the fact we are worried about the Clarabelle, it's definitely 7. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy moly, guys. 16 1-drops. Not a single one found after 14 cards. But we still have a chance to draw one. It's not looking too hot though, is it? But at least we've got like a Piglet on 2. Probably won't do much, sadly. Yeah, I haven't done webcam streams in a minute, but I think the game's fun at the moment. Good luck. I was not enjoying the game in the Sapphire Steel meta, to be honest. Just wasn't really very interested because I just don't think there was enough variety and things to test.
I'm gonna ink an Ursula. Gonna pay 1 to play Diablo. Can I see your hand?
Oh, you're going to be pretty happy about it. Not a single 1-drop.
Oh.
But it's on top of the deck, mate. That's what I think.
Okay. And then, thank you. So then we will discard Strength of a Raging Fire and shift in Diablo.
Sure.
And pass.
Yep. I'm going to draw a 1-drop. Oh! Oh my goodness. Pass. I inked Mufasa, I think. Yeah. Hey Desert, yeah, I still am working on the video. I mean, I haven't really made much progress on it, but my plan for today is work on that video and stream. I figured I'd stream first and work on the video later. But yeah, it was really fun.
For morph.
Sure.
We will quest Diablo
Okay.
and pass.
Alright, I'll draw. You may draw.
Okay.
I'm going to ink Elsa and pay 2 for Piglet. Thinking on Daisy what to do. I'll quest with Daisy and trigger.
Diablo.
Thanks. Pass. Technically, you should always do the Daisy trigger first.
Cool.
Rapunzel's my only ink in hand
Or ink Pete.
right now. We have all 3 Pascals in the deck in hand. That's like the concern about playing Pascals and Genies.
Strength onto Piglet.
Yep. But yeah, I really like Star Wars Unlimited. I'm playing again next week on Sunday.
Me.
I had a bit of a disaster at the Liverpool tournament where
play Diablo again,
I managed to leave my laptop at the hotel room. I got a bit poorly.
Thank you very much. And then I
Kind
will
of spoiled the video a bit.
pass.
I'll draw. You may draw. Ink Snake, and for 3 play Peter Pan, and Peter Pan will take out Diablo.
Yep.
And I'll pass. We are now scared of Rapunzel, of a Tinkerbell rather. but also like setting our own Rapunzel up. But my Pascals have Rush here as well, which might catch them off guard. Probably shouldn't, seeing as they saw my hand of 3
I'll eat
Pascal.
more. I'll pay 3 to shift in the beast.
Okay.
Quest for 3 with Smee and Diablo.
Sure.
Go to 4. And pass.
Yep. I'll ready and draw.
Oh, damage on Smee.
Thanks. So the question here is, do we take Rapunzel immediately, or I think Pascal's better, right? I think Pascal Rush sounds better. Gonna have to ink Fox though, sadly. I'll ink Fox. For 4, I'm gonna play Pascal. It has Rush because of Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So it will take out the Diablo. I'll quest for 1 with Peter Pan. Cards in hand, please.
I have 1.
Interesting, thanks. I'll pass. I have 3.
3. Okay.
Yep.
I'll draw 1 and then draw 1 from the beast effect.
Mm-hmm. Just for your information, it's not a big deal at all, but technically you're supposed to draw for beast first and then for turn. It really doesn't matter, but just in case you play against someone that takes themselves a bit too seriously, like,
Of course.
just
Thank you
worth
for letting me know.
knowing.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
It's a mandatory trigger anyway, so I don't think
Of
you can get
course.
penalized for it.
We'll quest with Smee.
Okay.
Beast will sing Let the Storm Rage On onto Pascal.
All right.
And I'll draw.
So we probably Daisy into the beast, Rapunzel for 3. Could have like Daisy challenged me last turn, but I was trying to kind of save it. I guess I wouldn't be able to get the triple.
Marvel.
Wouldn't be able to get as much draw.
And then pay
Tinkerbell.
5 to play Robin Hood.
It's only 5 still.
And pass with 2 damage on Smee.
Yep. I'll draw. Cards in hand, please.
I have 1 currently.
Thank you. So we have this hand. This is a really fun game. Like, the game's really fun right now. And I think you can see, like, the deck is actually pretty good. Even though I got completely wrecked by Zan. I think it was a little unfortunate. I think we might sacrifice Peter Pan into Smee. I think I want to Daisy Duck the Beast. I do have Crab available, but it's not really the right moment for it, is it? Obviously, it could be Clarabelle for them, but they're still a while away, and that's the concern, is Tinkerbell's probably coming down next. Daisy Duck's going to challenge Beast.
Yeah.
And I'll pay 4 for Rapunzel.
Nice.
Healing Daisy and drawing 3. 1, 2, 3. Peter Pan will trade with Smee.
Yep.
I'll ink Goat and pass. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in hand.
5 in hand? Okay. We'll draw 1. We'll ink Pete. We'll pay 2 for Calhoun.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get a quest to 10.
Yep. Flashed my hand there. Trying to. So you inked Pete, played Calhoun. Cards in hand, is it 1 still or none?
0.
0. Cool, thanks. I'll draw. So now it's all about board control. Unfortunately, I don't have a smooth way of using my ink at all. No lanterns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's also where like the skater mim could really come into it. I could go like crab skater mim. It would be such a good number fixer. I really do like that card. I want to keep inking. Crab like feels like the good play here because I want to take down the beast, I guess, and deny the questing, but it's kind of got to be crab, right? But there's just nothing to go alongside it. It's a pretty unfortunate hand. Not sure exactly what we inked recently, if maybe there was a misjudgment there. Because also, like, crab is good now, but it's not good stats next turn. They're questing for 4, 5. That's a 14. It really is just stopping them questing at this point, right? So the crab is just very unfortunate. I have nothing to follow it up with. Whereas if I was to play something else here, I could maybe go crab. I'll be at 6, 7. I could go crab plus like Iago or crab plus Pascal next turn. So I think I'm actually going to hold off on the crab, which feels really bad. I could go Elsa rush and take down Beast with everything here. Like I go Daisy into it, but then it's just asking for the Robin Hood Calhoun value. Feel like I'm in a bit of a tight spot this turn. I really want to take the Beast out, but the crab feels really slow. 3 for a crab. Challenger to Daisy, and Daisy will take out Beast. I will quest for 2 with Rapunzel. And I'll ink Goat, and very sadly pass. I think I might have made a mistake on my ink. You can see the concern about the Pascals here, right? I had 3 Pascals in hand from the start. It's also why like the Pascal Genie split is awkward. If you end up with too many, I think it's very unfortunate that we ended up with 3 after the mulligan, right? But you can really see why you need to be careful about how many you play. That's a bad top deck. Yep, that's an unfortunate top deck, mate.
Calhoun will take out Daisy.
Sure.
Game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Robin Hood will just quest.
All right.
And pass.
Sure. I'll draw. This is really important moments. Robin Hood in particular, I think, needs to go here. So I think what we do is we rush in with Elsa, probably. Because then Crab takes out Robin Hood and can give Challenger... Oh no, Crab takes out Calhoun. And then the Elsa plus Rapunzel double team the Robin Hood, right? I'll ink Iago. I'm going to pay 5 for Elsa. And 1 for Magic Broom. This leaves me with 2 cards in hand. Crab. Oh yeah, sorry. Exert the Clarabelle. I forgot about that part.
No worries.
It's not going to matter. That's why I forgot. Crab will take out Calhoun.
Yep.
Giving Challenger 3 to Elsa. And then Elsa and Rapunzel will take out the Robin Hood. So you may draw. Yeah, Elsa had the Challenger from Crab. Pass with 2 in hand. It's a tight game. No, Daisy should not be banished. Beast only has 7 strength during the owner's turn. It's only 3 strength during my turn. Because the text on Beast reads, if it has no damage, draw a card. If it has damage, gain 4 strength for this turn.
4 to a long game Zeus Elsa.
No.
2 to just play Ursula, but I know you're not playing any songs.
Yeah, 2 Pascals.
And then pass.
Sure. I will draw. Quest for 2. Quest for 1. 4 for Pascal. And I'm going to think on the Magic Broom. I think I'll leave it. Ink Fox, 4 for Pascal. I had 3 Pascals for so long. I only played 3 of them. But they're good now I've got here. I'll pass. No cards in hand. We leave the broom because... Yeah, whatever. I just think the Fox. I think it's fine.
Top deck.
His top decks have been really unfortunate.
2 for Calhoun.
Yep. We can just abuse the Pascals and win just about. It's been very, very close. Fair play to my opponent. No, Beast only has 5 attack
Ursula will take out Rapunzel.
during their turn, not during my turn. And yeah, they can't take out both Rapunzel and the Broom. That's the logic there. Yep, I will draw. Broom will challenge Clarabelle. I'm going to pay 4 for Goat. I'll gain a Law, and I'm going to banish Magic Broom to draw a card. Quest for 3 with Pascal. 1, 2, 3. Quest for 3 with Pascal. 1, 2, 3.
That's painful.
I'll pay 2 for Snake. Pick up Goat. Gain a Law. Pass with 1 card in hand.
Okay, I think this is yours, unless I don't think I can stop this. No, it's just a Clarabelle.
Ah, mate, you played so well. Unlucky. That was really tight. And you got very unfortunate with your top decks at the end there.
Yeah, I just needed a shift. I just needed a 7-cost Clarabelle to shift.
Yeah, very true. Mate, this like Clarabelle popping my lantern was so good.
Yeah, it's why I run her. I try Diablo turn 1, and then if I know they're playing items like Sapphire Coil or the Lantern, then I'll play her later on. So then people think that I'm not playing her.
Makes sense. Well, I think you played very well, and I got pretty fortunate there. So thanks for the game. That was fun.
No worries. Thank you so much. That was really fun.
Cheers. You take care. Yeah.
Take care. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna get myself a coffee. We'll probably tweak the deck a little bit. In terms of the ladder. How do you even see it? Hardcore ranked. That's ranked. What about hardcore ranked? How do you see the... Oh, here you go. Moyen! Oh my days. Alright, new objective. Let's overtake Moyen. Who can get rank 1 in the world of hardcore? Let's see if we can do it. What's my MMR right now? Can you actually see? 1,200. So I'm miles off it, but we'll get there. I will start playing some more webcam games because, yeah, I've been enjoying it. I basically, like, with the before the bans, I was lacking a lot of motivation really to play at all. I have to say, like, I had a really fun start to the set, and then quite quickly lost interest in really trying to cook stuff up. But now that the bans have come through, I think the game's in a really great spot. So fair play to the devs for acting fast. But I'm going to go get a little coffee. I'll be on a short break for a few minutes. So. All right. So, excuse me. Let's bring the Dreamborn list up, shall we? You still there? Let's go. So I want to play a 4th crab. I mean, after that, maybe we actually go back down to 3 Pascals, right? Oh. So we drop a... Apparently I was at 61 already. Oops. 4 crabs. I could see only 2 piglets. But you could also see like at times where like the curve was a bit too heavy. I think 3 Iago, I wouldn't want to go less than. Piglet's probably the card that jumps out that could go down. So we'll do that. 2 piglets, 3 crabs, 3 Pascal. So 1 piglet out, 1 Pascal out, I think. Yeah, I remember we put the 4th Pascal back in now, actually, right? And immediately punished. How many piglets do we have? I think that's 2 now. There's 1 at the back. How can you blame those youths? It's looking like deja vu. Maybe we're only on 2 piglets already. Looks like we were only on 2 piglets already. Alright, we'll just count the cards. So Pascal's out, crab's in. Poor Pascal. But 3 Pascal feels nice. And yeah, like adding in Genie, I just feel like you just end up with these awkward slots. Let's just go for it. I'm pretty sure that's 60. Or at least I can queue and then count while I'm queuing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19? What the heck? Hello, I'm streaming. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool, thanks. I feel like I'm only on 19 cards. I have no idea how.
Hi, Bestie.
Hey, mate. How's it going? You okay? Oh, there you go. Found the card. Cool. I keep winning the die roll, mate. Take it.
I keep losing it today.
Oh, rip. It's my 3rd in a row.
Yeah, you're coming to Stockholm, right?
Yes, I will be there next week.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I will see you there.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been to Stockholm before. I think it will be the furthest north I've ever been.
Oh, nice. We actually met in Malmö.
Okay, nice. What's the weather like in Stockholm right now, temperature-wise?
Rain.
Okay.
Rain and like 6-7 degrees.
Okay, 6-7 degrees I can survive in.
Yeah, but we had like 18-20 last week, so.
Okay, nice. All right, very best of luck, mate.
You too.
Oof. I don't really want to keep any of those. I think keeping 2 daisies is a bit risky. I'll keep 1 though. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do have a couple of proxies in my deck, by the way, but they're pretty clear.
That's fine. I'll do 4 as well.
Sweet. So we're going to ink a piglet here every time and just play a China box. Alright, good luck.
You too.
I will ink Piglet and play a China Box Followers. That's the 2-cost Amber Piglet.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put them. If you've got any spare, mate, I might be willing to buy some in Stockholm.
I think I have like 6.
Okay.
Okay. Ink Pirate's Life.
Yep.
Vital Sphere.
All right. Uh-oh, this feels familiar. Draw. So obviously a bit of a shame with my ink decisions, but you know, we're going in blind here, so the decision here is if it's Piglet or if it's double 1-drop. That's an interesting decision. Piglet quest for 3, double 1-drop also quest for 3 though. I think it's probably Piglet, right? Ink Chanabogs. I'll ink Chanabogs, and for 2 play Piglet.
Yeah.
And I'll quest for 1 and pass.
Well, this feels bad, but ink Maui.
Mm-hmm.
Tipo.
Sure.
Ink that. Pass.
Yep. I'll draw. Quest for 1 with Chanabogs. I'll banish it and draw.
Yep.
Ink Mufasa. Daisy. Diablo. Diablo.
Oh.
Quest for 3. 1, 2, 3. Pass.
Draw for turn.
2 in hand.
Ink a half shark.
Mm-hmm.
Play a Tala.
Yep.
That goes to bottom. Pass.
Sure. I'll draw. Quest for 3 with Piglet up to 8.
Yep.
Quest for 2 with the Diablos and quest for 2 with Daisy trigger.
How far I'll go?
Yep, unlucky. I'll ink Crab and pay 3 for Peter Pan and pass. 1 card in hand.
You're at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, you're at 20 on the board.
Imagine this kind of pace against Zanmei. It would have been nicer. The Piglet difference maker, mate. It's crazy. 2 Piglets might not be enough, to be honest. I could definitely see a world you just play 4. It's very
Tipo
good.
takes a Diablo.
Yep, I'll draw.
Tala takes a Piglet.
Yep.
Just gotta get my dice. So 2. Ink the fish hook.
Yeah, the ratios on Piglet are just the main thing to work
4
out,
for
really.
How far I'll go.
I think it's the main thing we're working out. I think they're in a tight spot having to sing How Far I'll Go there. They would like to have challenged, I'm sure.
Ink that, take that to hand. Pass turn.
Yep. Did what did Tipo do?
Take out the Diablo.
Okay, my bad. So I'll draw for the Diablo.
No, the other Diablo.
Okay, cool. Got ya. All right, I draw for turn then.
No, you have the one Diablo is still in play because
Cool.
you took out one Diablo and the Tala took out the Piglet.
Got ya. Makes sense. I forgot how wide my board was. I'll quest for 2 with Daisy and trigger.
Maui.
Yep. Quest for 1 with Diablo. I'm going to go 3 for Fox onto Daisy. Fox into Tipo. I'll pay 1 for Daisy. Peter Pan will quest for 1. How much ink are you at?
Oh, sorry. 6, I think. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah.
Cool. I'll pass. Probably would have played that a bit differently if I knew that, but that's fine. Be prep here, we're still winning. I would have just probably played Mufasa rather than doing the Fox stuff.
Tala will sing How Far I'll Go.
But it's all good. I think we're winning regardless. The Mufasa, I'm still not sure how good it is. I think the Mufasa, like Piglet, are the main things I'm unsure on. I'm liking no library, to be honest. It's a bit risky, but
6 for Half Shark.
Yep.
Ink Maui. Banish Vital Sphere. Take out the Peter Pan.
Very nice.
Take back how far I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
And you win there.
Yep, GG. I had a go as well.
Ah.
Which I did. I mean, my deck is now like built so it can actually beat this deck, right? Which I didn't have in the tournament, unfortunately. But yeah, that was a calculated risk which did not pay off.
Yeah, because you lost to San, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as soon. Well, not quite as soon, but yeah, the whole point of the way I submitted the deck was like a meta read for the tournament that I wouldn't queue into any Ruby Sapphire and try and tech for other matchups more, but didn't work out. It was a gamble, but yeah, I also don't have that many piglets, so I got pretty lucky to hit them.
How many piglets are you missing?
I actually don't know where any of my piglets are, but I definitely have some. I'm gonna have a little look for them later. But I'm running 2 piglet proxies at the moment, but it's one of the cards I'm sort of unsure on how many I should play. I think 3 is probably a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, if you need any, just you can text Magnus and he will tell me to bring them to you.
Nice, thank you so much. That's awesome. I'm still not sure what deck to play at the weekend, so I'll work it out.
Same. I've been trying this now for 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going quite well. I think I've lost 3, won 10.
Mm-hmm. That is good.
Yeah, and I won against everybody on my locals today.
Okay, nice.
On Monday, so.
All right, good luck, mate.
You too.
Lantern's not that good in this matchup, to be honest.
All 7.
But the hand's pretty good. I think we don't keep these. I mean, we have like a reasonable curve, right? Lantern's really not that good. I think we might just get rid of it. I don't know. I could see doing that, for example. But it's like 1, 2, 3. I think it might be fine to do that. Because the thing is we might hit more lanterns and it's really not that good in this matchup. 4 for me.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Like, it's not that I didn't want lantern in my hand there, it's that I didn't want 2 lanterns in my hand. You know what I mean? I think this is the only matchup you would ever do that as well, for what it's worth. But that's a really clean hand. Alright, ready when you are. I'm just shuffling up.
Inka Fishhook. Faster.
What was it you inked, sorry?
Mouse Fishhook.
Cool, thanks. I'll draw. Damn, my hand is good. It's going to be Elsa into the ink every time here. I'll ink Elsa.
Yeah.
And pay 1 for Magic Broom. Pass. And the reason we go Broom is because of Tipo on 2.
Ink McDuck Manor. 2 for Tipo.
There it is.
Ink that. Pass.
Yep. I mean, maybe it was Daisy. I drew. I'm going to ink Crab. Probably should have just been Daisy, right? I think that was a bit of a silly decision. Never mind. 1 for Daisy.
Yep.
1 for Magic Broom, and I'll quest for 1. Pass.
Draw for turn.
Definitely was supposed to be Daisy, not the Magic Broom at 1. Oops. Got a bit ahead of myself there.
Play how far I'll go.
Don't think it's exactly Xanthus though, because we didn't see any bells yet.
Ink that. Take that to hand. Quest for 1. Pass turn.
Sure. I'll draw. Gonna pay 2 for Lantern.
Yep.
Ink Snake. I'll pay 1 for Chernobog's followers. Lantern, pay nothing for Diablo. 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
Quest for 4. And Daisy Trigger.
Half shark.
Yeah, I might have played this incorrectly. Never mind. Plus. Yeah, I need to slow down here, to be honest. This was pretty sloppy. I think brooms were...
Turn.
Yeah, I don't really want to draw off the brooms. If I draw off the brooms, then Daisy gets taken out. I think it's fine.
Maui.
I think I played it
Take
fine.
out Daisy.
Yep.
Ink McDuck Manor.
I should have just thought a bit more, but I think it was actually correct. Like maybe Snake shouldn't have been inked.
Quest for 1.
There's like such a classic Specie board of just filled with 1-drops. Yep. I'll draw.
6, sorry.
6 ink, yeah? Cards in hand,
Yeah.
please.
4.
Thanks. Quest form with Chernobogs, and I'll banish it to draw. I'll quest also with everything else for 3, up to 9. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to tap Lantern if that's okay, and then play the Diablo for nothing. I'll banish Magic Broom and draw. Banish Magic Broom and draw. We hit the dreaded second Lantern, which is not great, but at least we're only at 2 ink. I think it's probably just Lantern and Daisy here. Like, I don't think he's gonna... He can't really B-prep this board. I'll pay 2 for Lantern.
Yep.
I'm gonna tap Lantern and pay nothing for Daisy and pass. No
Pass
ink.
again.
2 cards. Yeah, 2. 3 ink.
Draw for turn. 1 for Popsicle. Draw. Ink Tipo. 6 for Half Shark.
Mm-hmm.
Take out the Diablo.
Yep, I'll draw.
Quest for 1.
Sure.
Pass.
Yep. Already. And draw. Daisy will quest for 2. Trigger.
How far I'll go?
Yeah. What actions and songs are in your discard, please?
How far I'll go.
Cool.
That's the only thing.
And how many cards in hand?
3.
Thanks. Triple Lantern. I actually mulliganed a Lantern away to try and avoid this happening as well. Like I mulliganed my only Lantern in opening hand. Still drew 3. That's okay. Means I don't have to ink much. I will double tap Lantern.
Yeah.
And pay 0 ink for Snake. I'll pick up Daisy. I'll pay 1 for Daisy. I'll tap Lantern and pass. 2 in hand, 3 ink.
Yeah. Draw for turn.
The thing is with Lantern, you can end up with games like this, but its advantages outweigh its disadvantages for me by a large margin. Wouldn't play this deck without Lanterns. I think Lantern is like the card that makes me want to play the deck, really. And Rapunzel. Piglet, not so bad either. I mean, Mufasa's looking like it might actually be alright here.
Fire Life.
Yep, I go down to 9.
Yeah. Really wanted to keep a hold of this, but ink let it go.
Sure.
8 for Sisu.
I'll draw for Diablo.
Quest for 1. Pass.
Yep. I'll draw.
Yeah.
Cards in hand, please.
1.
Thanks. I'll pay 1 for Iago.
Yep.
I'll ink Rapunzel and I'll pass. 2 in hand.
Draw for turn.
It's not really looking like Mufasa's. I mean, Mufasa's not bad, but I think you can see that we probably want more piglets based off this, right?
6 for another half shark.
I think that's quite clear. Yeah, we've lost this one, unfortunately. Too slow.
Quest for 5.
Yep.
Faster.
Sure. I'll draw. Gonna go 3 for crab onto Iago, and Iago will take out half shark.
Yeah.
I didn't use those yet. I will use double lantern to pay 0 for snake onto crab. Give the Mim extra strength and take out the Sisu. And then I'll pass.
For Tala.
Mm-hmm.
Ink Sail. 5 for Denahi.
Wait, what's that?
7-5, questing for 2.
Oh, damn.
Quest for 2.
Yep.
Faster.
Sure. I'll draw. I'll tap all the lanterns and pay 2 for Mufasa.
Yep.
I'll pay 1 for Magic Broom. And pass.
For Tala.
It looks like we're just going to 4 piglets.
Quest for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Try and keep the Mufasa in there though as well. I think the Mufasa seems necessary as well.
19. And pass turn.
Yep. Cards in hand, please.
1.
Cool. I'll draw. Let's quest with everything and see how close we can get. 2, 3, 4, 13.
Yeah.
I will pay, well, I'll tap the lanterns and I'll pay 1 for Pascal. I'll banish the broom to draw. And then I'll, concede. GG.
Yeah. I had a Maximus in hand.
You had Maximus in hand? Oh, that would have been a way to win. Well, that
Yeah.
was a way to win. I shouldn't have conceded. I'm sorry about that.
I was like counting and I was like, ah, fuck 5.
All right, I'll go first, please.
Yeah.
So, excuse me. It does seem like we want to play four piglets, right? Mufasa and Goat to close it out seems like it's probably enough. Certainly going first, but you want to be able to win going second as well against Ruby Sapphire. You would think this deck has the tools in order to do that. The concern is like how much are you sacrificing in this matchup? Like how much are you sacrificing in other matchups to be in this one? I don't think that much. I think Piglet, Goat, and Mufasa are all good cards in their own right. I mean, Mufasa's not the best card in the world in my opinion, but it's definitely not bad if you're already playing 56 characters in a deck. Hey Magnus, great to see you. It's good. I'm up against your friend here.
5.
Magnus is in the chat as well now.
Oh, Shadow Magnus.
I didn't draw yet, so I'll do my one again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopefully no lanterns, or at least only one. I think the rest goes. It's too high curve. Risky though. 6.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1 lantern's nice. This sounds good. I can go. This curve's really clean. Pascal on 3 is very nice. I think the Dreamborn's updated already. I think I've been updating it as I go. Look at me go, right? I'm trying to be a bit better with stuff like that. Good luck, my friend. I will start off by inking Crab.
Yeah.
And playing Daisy Duck. Pass.
Draw for turn. I'll ink Tipo.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, play Popsicle.
Hahaha.
Pass turn.
Yeah. I will draw. Quest for 2 with Daisy and trigger.
Tala.
Yep. I will ink Snake.
Yep.
Pay 2 for Lantern. Tap the Lantern. And Chernobox. Pass. I drew a second Lantern, guys! Ah! No! I have no ink in hand. My hand is Pascal, Peter Pan, Lantern.
2 for sale.
But we could draw off the Chernobox.
Ink another
I'd
Tala.
really rather not, though.
Play a White
It's-
House Sphere.
Good if they play.
Pass.
Yep, already. And draw. Tricky. I hit Mufasa, which I'd quite like, but we didn't see any evidence of Super Goof yet. I will quest for 2 with Daisy.
Maui.
Yep. Like, imagine that hits Super Goof. That's why we should always do that first. I think Mufasa's just going to have to get inked too. Which feels bad. But we get the Pascal down. I'll ink Mufasa. I'll tap Lantern and pay 3 for Pascal. And I'll quest for 1 and pass. 2 in hand.
Draw for turn.
There is a world you go to 3 Lanterns as well, for sure, because obviously it's clunky when you end up with
White House
multiple.
Sphere.
I could definitely see that being the case.
4 for Tala.
I wouldn't play less than 3. I might go down to 3. Oh, look at that. Rachel was thinking the same.
Pass.
But you really want them. Yeah. Draw. I'll quest for 2 with Daisy. Trigger.
Macduff Manor.
Yep. I'll quest for 3 with Pascal to 10. Chernobox will quest and I'll banish to draw.
Yep.
You're at 4 ink, is that right?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm going to tap the Lantern and pay 2 for Peter Pan.
Yep.
And then I'll pay 1 for Chernobox and pass. No ink and 2 in hand. My hand is Lantern Rapunzel. I can get behind just 3 Lanterns, I think. I think that might be fine. But you're going to hit the Lantern less often early, which feels bad, right?
Yeah.
Lantern's so good against Amber
How
Steel,
far?
by the way. Like, the Lanterns are actually insane against Amber Steel because, like, they're whole new world. You just have so many resources.
Incovision.
I could see going to 3 Lanterns after this, but let's feel it out.
Maui. Take out the Daisy.
Yep.
And I'm at 6. Pass turn.
Thanks. Cards at hand, please.
6.
Cheers. Draw. I will quest for 1 with Chernobogs, banish and draw. And then I'll quest for 4. 16. So half shot can come through, take out Pascal. Half shot can come through, take out Pascal, but then I also have a Peter Pan on the board, so I just want to threaten enough lore to win, which I can't quite do, but I can get close. Maybe what I could do here is I could go for Elsa, because then that sets up Rapunzel, and that helps me. Like, the card draw is actually relevant when I have goats. So I could go Elsa this turn, like I ink the Iago here. I ink Iago, play Elsa, crash into the Tala. Setting up Rapunzel for value for the next turn. It's not as much questing power though, but I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I could also just develop the Iago so I can take out the half shark next turn. That might also be fine. I think I might do that. Like I pay 2 for Lantern. Then I would have to ink Elsa though. Tight spot here. How many cards was it in hand? You have a ton, right?
6.
Yeah. We basically need to force the B prep here, which I don't think I can do because he's going to have a half shark in hand. I think I might go for the Elsa play to set up Rapunzel. Alright. I will ink Iago. I'm going to tap the Lantern and play Elsa.
Yeah.
And Elsa will challenge Tala. Pass. 2 in hand. The Encanto cards, unfortunately, aren't as good as this.
How far I go?
Okay, might be. Looks like they're still digging for Shark then. Because they would play Shark first. Otherwise, because of the 1 law.
Ink Maui.
Oh.
6, play half shark.
Yeah, makes
Banish
sense.
my Stratosphere. Take out the Posca.
Yep. What are you taking back off the half Shark?
How far I go?
Yep. And just 3 damage on Maui as well, please.
Yeah. I'm gonna tap the popsicle to heal 2 off him.
Makes sense?
And then seeing how far I go.
Mm-hmm.
Ink that. Keep that. Gain 1. And pass.
Yep. Already. And draw. Gonna tap the Lantern. And pay 3 for Rapunzel. Healing Elsa. And drawing 3. 1, 2, 3. How many cards was it in hand, sorry?
6.
So there's definitely an argument here for us to just take out the half shark. Because I don't really want to quest. My hand is fox and goat, by the way. But like, the fox is good with goat, right? Here's my hand. Here's the dilemma is I would like to ink here and go Lantern Daisy. But then I'm inking the cards I really want to keep, right? So I think we just play Daisy on our own. I'm going to play Daisy.
Yeah.
And I think Elsa and Peter Pan will take out the half shark. And I'll pass.
Cards in hand.
4. 4 ink. This is going to be Sisu here, unfortunately. Probably walked into it a bit too much.
8 for CC.
Yeah, Zan didn't have Sisu, so I was kind of playing as if it was Zan's list, and it's not, right? You can see we definitely want the piglets. Kind of crazy how this deck is still so strong. Without Hiram. Really is kind of crazy.
1 for popsicle. Ink Tipo. Pass.
Yep, cards in hand, please.
4.
Thanks, I'll draw. We just can't find ink, mate. Hit Broom this time, which I don't want to ink either. I could go Broom Goat. Lantern would be 2. I really want to get this Lantern out of my hand. So if we go Lantern, I'd have double Lantern. Then I'd still have to ink to get the Broom down. I guess we just don't get the Broom down. 2 for Lantern.
Yep.
Double Lantern, pay 2 for Goat. Pass. 3 in hand.
Drop for turn.
It's definitely clear we need to play 4 piglets, isn't it?
Seeing how far I'll go.
That much is pretty clear.
I think that.
Bit unsure on Mufasa. Probably good though. I think Mufasa's probably quite good. It's probably quite good across the board. It's good with crabs as well. It's also like a lantern deck, so it's cheap. I think if ever there was a Mufasa deck, it's this one. I do quite like it.
6 for Maximus.
Damn! Can you explain the card for me, please? I know vaguely what it does.
Yeah, at the end of my turn, if I have a character with 5 or more strength, I gain 2 lore. If I have a character with 10 or more strength, I gain 5 lore.
Yep. Nah, World's Greatest Criminal Mind's too slow, mate. We just need to go under the Ruby Sapphire players. Which is doable, like you're playing Amber Amethyst, right?
4 for Tala.
Shouldn't be too tricky to do. Think I will go down to 3 lanterns.
Take that. That goes to bottom.
The thing is, Ruby Sapphire is still going to struggle a lot against discard. It's just like, I thought we would have enough to be quite convincing here, but the Half Shark is such a unit, right? Nah, Ruby Sapphire I think is fine. It's just a good deck.
Using Pirate's Life.
Don't think I would agree that it's oppressive though. I think it's fine.
1. And pass turn, gain 2 lore.
I'll ready and I'll draw.
Yeah.
Cards in hand, please.
3.
Thanks. So your board quests for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. All right, I'll quest with Goat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double tap 2 lanterns and pay 1 for Fox.
Yeah.
Pick up Goat, gain a lore. Fox is gonna take out Sisu. I'll ink Magic Broom, play Goat, gain a lore, pass. 2 in hand.
Draw for turn.
Hey JT, what's up? I'm good, mate. Things are good. Leeds are doing well, aren't they? I was watching them a bit yesterday. I didn't know you were sponsored by Red Bull, though. Oh, did you let it go, my Goat?
Yeah.
Alright, I gain a lot for that still.
Yeah. And then 4 play Macduff Manor.
Think they got us. That's fine. Just put extra piglets in.
Just for 1.
Good lesson here. It's crazy that even with the Goats, the Mufasa, and 2 piglets, I'm still losing going first here.
Maximus.
Crazy. I'll draw. So your board's questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, don't think I'm stopping you then. I will tap Lantern, pay nothing for Broom.
Yep.
I'll tap Lantern and pay 3 for Goat, gain a lore.
Yeah.
I will banish the Magic Broom. Will I actually banish? Yeah, and draw a card. Too late. GG, well played, mate.
GG's. Sisu and Beeper.
Yeah, that was impressive. Cool. That was good. Good testing for me. So I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
No worries. See you in Stockholm.
Bye. Take care, mate. See you next week.
Yeah.
All right, that was good. So we have to play 4 piglets. I'm gonna drop a lantern. We're gonna go down to 3. What else do we drop for the other piglet? I could see dropping another Iago. It's not really performed that well, to be honest. I think we'll drop another Iago. Do we have a non-foil one? I think only foils left. So we'll drop a lantern and we'll drop an Iago for 2 more proxied piglets. I feel like we already have the piglet proxies written out, but maybe we only did. I think we only played 3 at any point, right? Drop a Fassa. Maybe. Mufasa is definitely the card I'm least convinced by a large distance, but let's give it a go. The thing is with Mufasa, right? It is actually one of those cards which gets better the more you play. because you can chain Mufasas together. Like that's kind of the best hit off Mufasa is another Mufasa, right? I think that's worth bearing in mind. That's maybe a bit. It is probably a bit niche. I'm fine cutting a Lantern. I'm fine cutting an Iago, I think. But maybe you're right that it's actually dropping a Mufasa. But let's just play 4 for now, right? Whatever. I do like Iago. It's got kind of insane stats. Yo, what's up, Samir? Good to see you, mate. Don't agree with what about Iago? I think Iago is an insanely good card with 5-drop mini. That's very true, Earthly. I can definitely see that. But again, it's a bit more of a tech for Ruby Sapphire. Do I really want to tech for it? Is it good elsewhere? An uninkable, which is bad elsewhere. Yeah, Mufasa 8 Mufasa is the best. The 5-drop mini, I think, is a bit of a desperation kind of card. Like, for me, that's teching a bit too hard for Ruby Sapphire. Like, it's not doing enough elsewhere. I'm not even sure it's that good against Ruby Sapphire. It's definitely not bad. It is definitely not bad. But you see, like, with the Vitalisphere, people are sort of starting to play a bit with the Harshark anyway after Zan. I think that was the best thing about Zan's deck. I'm not really convinced by the Bell in his list at all. But I did like the Vitalisphere a lot. I don't think the Bell's bad. I think 4 is too many. But I could see playing, like, 1 or 2. Having your highest cost card, yeah. You need, like, the uninkables in this deck, like, you need to be really careful. I don't think I want to play the Minnie Mouse. I don't think I'm interested. I do think it's a good shout. I do think it's a very good shout, actually. Super reasonable, but it's not really what I'm looking for. I'm still not sold on Mufasa at all either, but I think it's fine. I am a bit sad to only be playing 2 Iagos. I'd probably like to play a third. What could we cut for a third? Maybe a Mufasa, but What's going to win us more games? You know? We already have Elsa. Iago Rapunzel is kind of insane, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm not really missing the library at all, either. I think it's too slow for this deck. Hey, Alpha. Free my Jafar people. I have a Jafar deck sleeved up. I could play some more at some point. Not today, though. Today I'll just be playing this. Pretty tired as well. Your list? No, I don't think so. Not sure. I'm not sure what your list is, mate. What's your list looking like? I did see a red Jafar list, Alpha. I didn't know it was yours, but yeah, that makes sense. Like, I think I saw a tweet you put out about it. I remember, Alpha. Yeah. We played against each other recently, right? No, I have a Jafar list sleeved up that I played on stream from like a few weeks ago. Because I didn't know I had it all sleeved up, but it's... It is because that's where my Elsas were. I couldn't find my Elsas, but that's where they were. Oh, big yawn. What's your thought about Doc? I like Doc. I like Doc too, Dave. I could get behind playing Doc in the deck, actually. But it would be alongside Lantern. It wouldn't be in place of it. The thing is I do like Doc. I have to say I do like Doc. But Lantern on 2 is so smooth. Doc and Lantern is also nice, though. I'm not going to lie. Because you can go turn 3 Doc and a 1-drop. That is very aggressive. And you like never have to ink again, probs. Doc is definitely a card I'm interested in. Do you know if there's any good coaches or guides on Meta 5 for Steel Song? No idea. Coaches or guides on Steel Song. Nothing comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, I was playing Lamp in my version of Jafar. I think it's good. Bro, I don't want your sunflower seeds. They've emailed me 5 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, asking if I want their sunflower seeds. Leave me alone. I'm literally going to reply. 5 emails is excessive. Please stop. Five emails. My days, bro. I don't want your damn sunflower seeds. I mean, I'm kind of interested in sunflower seeds, but not really. And I'm definitely not interested in receiving 5 emails about you sunflower seeds. My goodness. Big shout out to Card Market who sponsored the channel. Let's look at the best selling cards of the week. Peter Pan and Iago are right up there. Genie's up there too. Elsa's up there. Moana, Diablo, B-Prep. Flipping 5 emails about sunflower seeds, bro. Put a flipping sock in it, mate. I want to play. Nothing interesting happening really on the Lorcana subreddit. There was like some news about DLCs in Japan and stuff, right? Wait, that's cool. Fair play. I like that. I like that Enchanted too. That's pretty sick. Wait, I can account for Donald? Oh, nice. Can I get a game, please, guys? I'm a meme, guys. Hooray. I'm definitely not excited to see Diablo in top meta, though. Diablo's kind of fine at the moment, though. It's more counterable than it used to be, I guess. Guys, I can't find a game. What should I do? I don't want to end the stream, but I mean... maybe I will quit the stream. I don't know. I don't want to just sit here indefinitely. So one game I'm really interested in at the moment, and maybe we'll talk about when I'm done with Lorcana, which, I mean, I'm kind of not done, but if I don't want to just sit in the queue simulator here. So I might be done. Because I can't really stream for that much longer anyway. I want to go for a walk and get some sunshine. I think I'm going to call it there for Lorcana, but we'll do some just chatting. I wanted to play. Let's just do some just chatting about the League of Legends card game, maybe. It's called Riftbound. Riftbound TCG. There's like a video I wanted to kind of watch about it. Maybe we'll watch that together. Oh, let's see what the comments say. Wow, Speccy's so good. Can't call Specy without Spice. Can't spell Specy without Spice. Let's go. All right. Nice little ego feed. These are not my searches. I just want to make that kind of clear. Like, I don't know why that's being recommended to me. That is outrageous. What the hell is wrong with YouTube, mate? What the heck is that, YouTube, mate? Oh my days. I'm very sure that's not my searches. I don't know if you saw what I saw, but that was cancelable worthy. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, this is on my unironic history, though. I have, in fact, watched Always Gonna Boom. Oh my days. I just want to search something, but if I do, I'm going to get cancelled. Ah! What the heck, YouTube? That is really bad. So there was like a gameplay video someone put up about Riftbound. I mean, if you guys didn't see this already.
Oh, hey there. How's it going? Want the latest update on Project K? Well, I'm on my way to see Dave right now. Come on, let's see what he's up to.
There was this video.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Changren.
How's set 2 going?
Set 2? What are you talking about, set 2? Haven't you seen the
This game
player
looks
feedback?
so
They gotta get
good.
set 1 framed in
So
photo
good.
rate. Here, check this out. Huh? All right, I'm just kidding. Here, let me show you the real stuff.
Okay.
So I think this is the big release of the year. Gundam's also coming out. I'm not so sure about Gundam personally,
Hi,
but
everyone. I'm Karen.
this one,
I'm Dave.
Since our initial announcement of Project K, we've received a ton of great feedback. All I can say is thank you. When you told us you were hungry for more original art and a refined UI, that lit a fire under us to deliver.
We rely on your feedback to make our games the best they can be.
So it's a
Your
League of
thoughts let
Legends
us
card
go
game.
back and revisit some of our design decisions and conduct more playtests to ensure that we are making the game you want to play. Today, we're excited to share some of those updates with you. But first, Changren, it feels like it's time to retire the Project K codename, right?
Yeah, it's about time. Today, we're excited to announce that Project K is now Riftbound.
when's
League of
when's
Legends
Gundam out,
trading card
Samir?
game.
Because I want to make content on it still.
For those of you joining
Hey, Emma,
us
what's
for the
up?
first time, Riftbound is a TCG inspired by the champions and
You
universe
joined
of
us
League of
just as I
Legends.
got bored of the
While some
queue
of us on the design
simulator,
team
so we're
are
looking
from
at
the old school days
Riftbound.
of classic 1v1 card games.
I was stuck in
Riftbound has
queue,
that and
so-
more.
Creating a new game gave us the opportunity to design multiplayer gaming from the ground up. If you like teaming up with a friend to play 2v2s, we got you. Or if you just want to have some good old chaotic fun.
So that, I think that's like another thing. Like this game has got a big direction of multiplayer stuff,
We're
which I
excited
think
to
is
introduce a
really
TCG
good.
For those of you who want to sit and play with friends.
Lorcana
connecting
multiplayer is
across
like
the
a
table
not
while being immersed in the
quite
rich world
there.
of League.
As
It's not
super
bad.
obsessed TCG developers,
By the way,
and
but
fans,
September.
we set
Okay,
out
that's
to
later than I
make
thought
Riftbound
actually.
As the true best of both worlds, a game that is easy to teach and play with your friends, and a game that
Which
is
I think Lorcana
strategic
also
and
does, by the way.
exciting at
Lorcana's-
high-level tournament play.
Lorcana's definitely
Speaking of
good at
playing
that
with
as
friends,
well.
Let's take a closer look at some of the champions you'll be fighting alongside in Riftbound's first set, Origin.
So a big criticism of this
Origins
game was
launched
like
with over
the
300 different cards, including
the
pre-constructed decks for some
card
classic
UI, like the way the
champions
cards were laid out, sucked. But that has changed.
Victor and Lee Sin. All decks feature a legend card, like this one, Yasuo the Unforgiven.
That is a
Legends
nice
will
looking
also
card,
come
huh?
in secret rare versions, illustrated by some of Riot's amazing artists in their own
Yeah, the art
style.
really
Show
does
them?
go
I'll
hard.
show them.
I have some Riftbound cards behind me.
Let's let players discover them on their own. We don't want to spoil the surprise.
Want to see them?
Fine, fine. In addition to legend cards, we've also got units like this Deadbloom Predator. An epic card that you can summon right onto your enemy's battlefield. Talk about overpowered. Just kidding, we balanced it.
And we've got spells. For you Jinx fans out there, you might recognize Super Mega Deathblocker.
Mate, and the
Card
thing
that
is
will
this card is just a Runeterra card, and that's not a bad thing. Like, the Jinx deck plays so similar to how it does on Runeterra, and again, that is not a bad thing. 25th of July for Gundam, interesting. You here for Sunflower Seeds? Was that
something I wanna
you?
play again,
Emma, is
and
that your
again,
alternative
and
name?
again.
Most things Jinx
Alternative
and her buddies
job?
can take care of. For everything
Sunflower
else, there's
seed
the
seller?
rocket.
That's right. But Dave, what if I'm new to TCGs? I remember my first time playing, it was kind of intimidating looking at all these cards.
We've got something just in mind for you, wrapped up in a single package. I'm talking about Proving Grounds, featuring Lux and
Okay, so this Proving Grounds product, we're going to look at all the prices, is unbelievably well priced. Like, it's actually insane. It comes out in China. I think later in this video they say the release dates. I think it's like
Naturally
October
Ethan
for
Garen. This
English-speaking
box is a great way
countries.
to kick off your Riftbound collection. Proving Grounds is designed to get casual or first-time players off the bench.
And like,
into the
this is Riot Games, so like, there's absolutely no chance there's not going to be an online client for this game.
game. Bring it to
No
your regular
chance.
game night. I promise it won't disappoint.
We couldn't do this all alone. To bring this game to markets globally, we partnered with UVS, an industry veteran with almost 2 decades of TCG experience.
So UVS are the
We're
publishers.
working closely with them to ensure
make a
that
lot
you
of
can
games.
find Riftbound in your local game stores and participate in organized play.
Game has a lot
We
of
wanna take this
similarities to
opportunity
Runeterra,
thank
but it's very
all of you
different.
for providing us with your feedback. For bearing with
I'm still
us
not
while
like
we
the
darker
mechanics are
grounds to get
very
the product.
unique, and we'll talk about it
We're
a bit.
excited to share that we'll be launching Riftbound in China in summer of this year, followed by many English-speaking countries in 2025, with additional regional rollouts in 2026.
If you want to get your hands on some
So yeah, it's out in the summer in China first, and the thing is once it's out in China, we can do all the translations for cards, and there'll be simulators that you can actually play anyway. And I believe that Riot are quite pro simulator, so there's a very good chance that once this game's out in China, I'm going to be streaming games on the simulator already. Very, very good chance.
these cards.
As long as
Look
it's
for
not going
us
to
at
get like,
some
as
of
long
the
as it's not going
upcoming
to
Riot
blacklist
and
me for
tabletop
Riot,
events.
if they actually support it.
And look for us
Happy
soon in
days.
your local game store. Until then, follow us on our social channels to stay up to date with the latest news.
Made sense to destroy law and bring about better money.
For
Yeah.
real, what about the set
Basically.
2 designs?
Oh, those are done.
And set 3?
Wait, set 3? I gotta get back to work.
I like the card backs a lot. So yeah, that's Riftbound. Now, the card arts look banging. Like, let's be really, really fair. Like, the card arts look fantastic now. Like, that is what you want in a card game, right? That is a very appealing looking card. So, the mechanics of the game are pretty weird. But that's not a bad thing. Weird is good because it's different, right? You don't want just a game that's like got the same mechanics as everything else you've already played. So let's see if we can find some gameplay. There was a video I started to watch the other day where someone had printed off proxies. It wasn't exactly the best,
really leaning
the
into
best
the more
look.
Ionian style that we've seen.
Like, the board's not exactly great, but it was pretty well done. All right, so if you look at the deck here, the way that the decks work is you have essentially your leader or like your commander, almost from like Magic the Gathering. You pick that. That's like your starting point. And in this game, it's called a legend. And your legend is a set 2 ink colors. Think like dual ink cards, right? But that is your legend. So in a similar way to Lorcana, you're picking like 2 colors. I think there's 6 in this game too. There's 5 or 6. I think it's 6. So it's very similar to Lorcana where you're playing like 2 ink colors, right? And then you have that pool of cards to build your deck from. But the legend you play is going to be what kind of defines it. So like imagine in like Lorcana, if you were like, okay, Pascal is my leader, so I'm playing Amber Amethyst, right? Like, it's that kind of idea. So if Yasuo is your leader, essentially, or it's called your legend, you're going to be playing purple and green. And this is a card which starts on the board, not starts on the board, but like you've got access to it at all times. It doesn't have any stats. It's got an ability. And Yasuo here is, you can do it once a turn, you can spend 2 ink and exert it. I'm not sure the exact phrasing in this game for that. Probably exert, because I think Magic might have tapped trademarked. So you can tap Yasuo and you can move a friendly unit to or from your base. And we'll talk about what bases are. So you start with like a hero leader or a legend. But then the other thing that you get that starts on your board is you get I think it's called a champion. Let's like look at like the Riftbound database. Riftbound TCG database. Oh, they actually have a site for it now? That's new. Coming soon. Bring your favorite characters. Is there anything? Okay, this is new. I haven't seen this page before. Summon champions from leagues, vast universes, face off, and there's not much there, is there, right now? But it looks like they have actually socials as well now, which I didn't follow already. Riftbound. I'll follow them everywhere. See if there's anything else they've posted. Let's take a look at Yasuo. Yeah. Really nice looking cards though, right? Really, really nice. I want to find like a card database. I think actually I know where I can find one. Go over here on this Discord. All right, so you have your legends obviously, like, if you look, this is how the artwork was initially announced to be. Like, look at the glow up. You've gone from that to that. Like, look at the glow up. It's not exactly spot on because it's a legend. Oh no, it is. Like, the artwork went from this, guys, to this. Like, and the card UI, like, oh my god. I feel like it might have been an intentional thing just to get people even more excited for the way the cards look. Like, I don't know if they were ever going to release with this. They're like, it looks very prototype-like, right? So, yeah, the way the game works is you have a legend, but then if Yasuo is your legend, there's like a few, I think they're called champion cards. Yes. So then you'll be able to pick a champion card. Now, I don't think this has. All right, so if we actually look at Jinx, let's say Jinx is the legend that you go for, which is Jinx is the best one to look at. So let's say you pick Jinx as your legend, you're red purple, right? And she has an ability which is at the start of your beginning phase, so basically at the start of your turn, I think before you draw a card. Draw one if you have one or fewer cards in your hand. And people from Runeterra will know that is very, very similar to how Jinx worked in Runeterra, right? So at the start of your beginning phase, draw one if you have one or fewer cards in your hand. Like, she has a lot of discard synergy where, like, you discard your own hand and then you can just use this to draw a card, right? So that's like a passive effect that you've just got access to all the time, right? At the start of your turn, you can use your Jinx effect. This is Riftbound. This is the new League of Legends trading card game coming out later this year. I think it's going to be huge. I'm going to be covering it a lot. My kind of content plan for the foreseeable future is going to be Lorcana and Riftbound. This is the game which has really caught my attention, and I think that I will be making significant content for. I would say my content plan moving forward is Riftbound, Lorcana, also in the immediate future the Gwent physical game, and overall variety. If you guys have not watched Arcane, by the way, and you're interested in maybe getting into the League of Legends trading card game, but I've never played League of Legends really. I would highly recommend anybody watching this to watch Arcane on Netflix. It is, in my opinion, the best TV show of all time. I think it's that good. And I don't think that's even a particularly controversial statement. Like, it's right up there. It is an unbelievably good show. And Jinx is, and so is Vi, who we haven't seen yet, but they're like the two kind of main characters in Arcane. So Jinx is your legend, but then you pick your legend, right? But you actually get one other card which is like going to be available to you on your board, which isn't like shuffled into your deck, and that's going to be your legend card. So here you can see that Jinx, because obviously a lot of the cards haven't been released or announced so far, and these are also subject to change. I think there was like some trial decks in China, so this is how we have like some of these. But if you look at Jinx here, you've got your legend, but you've also got your champion. So Jinx has actually 2 different champions that are currently released or currently announced. Oh, I don't want to download it. Okay, brilliant. That's not ideal, is it? Let's duplicate this then. Where's the other one? Yeah, so Jinx here. Obviously, you're playing the red and purple, which I think have words for them. Not so sure. But you're playing red and purple with Jinx. She's your legend, but then you can pick which Jinx champion you want. And your champion is basically a card which at some point, you're like a unit card, which at some point you can summon onto the board, right? And it doesn't need to be in your hand because it just starts on, like, it starts available for you. So you're going to have you're going to start the game, you're going to have your legend, and you're going to have your champion. Now, the champion cards you can also put into the deck, right? You can also put the champion into, like, these are cards that you can have into your deck, and you can play like both of them as far as I'm aware. But only if you play Jinx, right? The champion cards you can put in your deck only if you play Jinx, but you can play, or like the Jinx champion, but one card is going to be like starting and always available to you, right? Like you can summon it in at some point. So you've got a decision. Do you want this Jinx, who has basically, when you play discard 2 and she has really good stats, or do you want this Jinx, which is a bit more expensive, and when you discard one or more cards, basically I would start with this one. I think this card's better because I actually played a bit of the Jinx deck. I did like one trial game against myself. So I would pick this as my champion because when I have 3 mana, I can play it and discard 2, which then starts really synergizing heavily with the legend, right? Because then I can start discarding my hand and drawing more cards and taking advantage of this, right? So rather than having to have like access to this card in my hand, I have my normal hand and I have this card, which I'm guaranteed to be able to play at some point in the game when I want to. So that's like the main thing with the deck building. You have a legend and then a champion, which kind of like start off to one side on the board. So that's pretty cool. Now, the other thing that you get when selecting a legend/champion is there are also some special cards which are signature spells. Now, Jinx has the signature spell here of the Super Mega Death Rocket. So you can only play this card if you are playing Jinx as your hero and champion, or legend and champion, right? So the Super Mega Death Rocket is Jinx's signature spell, and I would imagine at some point in future expansions there'll be more than just one signature spell for each character, but I would imagine in the first set there'll be just one. So this deals 5 damage to a unit, and when you conquer, which we'll talk about, you may discard 1 to return this from your trash, your discard, to your hand. So like your discard pile, your graveyard in this game is called your trash. Kind of hate. Trash is a very American word, but Riot's an American company, so I'll allow it. Trash. In the trash. You mean in the rubbish, mate? In the no, garbage is also American. So when you conquer, you may discard 1 to return this from your rubbish to your hand. And again, you can only play it in red, purple. You can only play it with Jinx. So that's kind of like the main thing. You start by picking your legend and your champion. They're going to start on the board, but then in deck building you've got like the restriction, you can only play red, purple, and you can also include some signature spells. You can also include the champion cards in your deck if you're playing Jinx, right? So you could play 3 copies of this, 3 copies of this. I think it's 3, and I believe my understanding is that you can play I think you could, like, if this is your legend, is that the right word? I keep getting the words mixed up. No, if this is your champion, I still think you can include 3 copies of this in your deck as well. Like, it's possible that if this is your champion, you can only include two other copies in your deck, but I think you can have, like, this is your champion and 3 more in the deck. But I'm not sure on that. So, yeah, that's kind of how, like, the deck building works. You are picking your legend and your champion, which are available to you at all times. Then you can include either red and purple cards because that's going to lock you in, and then you can also include signature spells and champion cards in your deck that are specific to your hero or legend thingamajigger. All right, so that's that. Then how does the game actually work? Well, I think it's 50 card decks, but it might even be 40 cards. I'll double check that. I've got the rules here. There's a deck builder. That's probably better for what I'm looking for. Let me find a good document that someone sent me for all the rules. I do talk to this person quite a bit, so I have to scroll up quite a lot. Got it. Okay, so Riftbound is a competitive trading card game, 2 to 4 players, and the first to 8 point wins. So one thing we didn't talk about in this is how you've got like your champion, your hero, your deck, but there's one other part to your deck which is important for the game, like to understand the game, and that's battlefields. So a battlefield, I think like you start the game, like you start with 3 battlefields, I think, in your deck essentially. So when you submit a deck, depends on how many people are playing. I think it's 3. But let's just say you have 1 battlefield that you pair with your deck. Basically, a battlefield is going to start on the board, 1 for you and 1 for your opponent. So you'll both get to pick a battlefield, basically. And the battlefields are the key to how the game like works and wins. So let's say if I'm playing Jinx, there's a battlefield that you would want to play, which is this one, the Zorn Warrens, which is when you conquer here, discard 1, then draw 1. Like that's going to be good synergy with Jinx, right? So if I'm playing a Jinx deck, I am going to bring the Zorn Warrens as my battlefield. So the game's going to start. Let's simplify it. I bring a battlefield. My opponent brings a battlefield because that's the general gist of it. I think in like best of 3s, it's something more like... I think it might be that you have 3 battlefields and 1 is selected randomly. I think it's something more like that. And bear in mind, this is like the old art style for this as well. This is not like this is like a prototype version of the card. So you're going to have your board. If I just show you on Paint how it might look. Actually, I can show you here, right, on this guys. So you've got the battlefield is in the middle. It looks like 4 here, but that's just the angle, right? But there's 2 battlefields in the middle of the board, right? So the battlefields start in the middle. And the way that you win the game is whenever you conquer a battlefield, which basically means whenever you take control of a battlefield. So if I move a character into the battlefield, I gain 1 point. If I'm in, like, let's say it's uncontested, like it's the game starts and no one's in the battlefield, obviously, and I move a card to the battlefield, I will gain 1 point. But then if my opponent takes over the battlefield, they will gain 1 point. However, at the start of your turn, if you control, you gain 1 point for every battlefield you control. So let's say I move a card into the Zorn Warrens, I gain a point. My opponent doesn't try and take it over. Then at the start of my turn, if I'm still in control of it, I will gain another point. And then let's say my opponent grabbed the other location or the other battlefield, and then I move characters into that and I take it over, I will also gain 1 point. So basically you gain a point whenever you take control of a battlefield which you previously didn't own, and you will gain 1 point at the start of your turn for every battlefield you control. And it's first to 8 points. So it's a very different scoring system to any card game I've played before. It is a little bit like the bonus point things on Defiance. Yeah, it is a pretty similar concept, actually. So yeah, you gain a point when you take it over, and you gain a point if you're controlling it at the start of your turn. And it's first to 8 points that wins. So the deck building rules is you pick a champion legend, and then you choose a champion unit matching that name. 40 cards. 40 cards. But that includes the 1 chosen champion unit. So you really have like a 39 card deck, I think. I guess you have a 39 card deck, and your champion unit is... Your chosen champion starts the game in the champion zone and may be played from there once. While legends have 2 domains, their champion cards generally have 1. Yeah. Domain is like the ink color in this game. So you have 40 cards, max 3 copies of any cards, including the 1 chosen champion card. Now, okay, I don't exactly know what that means, actually. I guess I think it's 40 card deck, but my question is, including the 1 chosen champion unit, I guess means that you can only have 2 copies of the champion unit in your main deck. I think that's what it means, right? So you can have... The wording on that's not super clear, right? But I would imagine if you've got the champion card, you can only have 2 of the in your deck. Then you choose your 12 runes. So your runes are your ink. or your mana. And in this game, you have 2 separate decks. You have your main deck, which is 40 cards. But then you have a mana deck, or in this, it's called a rune deck. And there are red runes, green runes, blue runes, orange runes, purple runes, yellow runes. And that is the 6 colors in this game, right? You've got red, green, blue, orange, purple, yellow. So it's very similar to Lorcana in that sense that you've got 6 different colors. And you're picking 2 to build a deck. So you have your 40 card deck, you're going to have your rune deck. And then, so let's say I'm playing the Jinx deck, I would obviously be picking red and purple. But you might want 6 of each, or you might, for example, want like 7 of one and 5 of the other. And we'll talk about why that might matter at the moment. This is Riftbound. It's the upcoming League of Legends trading card game. So let's say I'm playing this Jinx deck, right? Let's talk about how this card works now. I think we've got like a bit of an understanding of like most things. And let's also talk about the battlefields. So you choose 3 battlefields, and in a single game, you get 1 at random. So you just shuffle your 3 battlefields, pick 1 at random. But in a best of 3, you pick 1. In a best of 3, you pick a battlefield. And this is what I really like. I think it's a really cool dynamic. You pick a battlefield, but you can only pick that battlefield once. So in a best of 3, you are going to have a different battlefield for every game in that, which really changes the dynamic, right? I really like that. It almost is like a conquest style of thing where you have to play with each. Like in digital card games, what will often happen is you'll have multiple decks in a best of 3, like one gets banned. That's just not really an accessible approach for a physical card game, because obviously the price of cards, logistically carrying that many decks and stuff like that around is just not very accessible, right? So instead of that kind of dynamic, the fact that you've got a different battlefield for each game is really interesting. And I would imagine that's slightly inspired by Marvel Snap, which many of you will know was the game that I was streaming before Disney Lorcana. And in Marvel Snap, it's a mobile card game, but there's 3 locations in each game, and the locations are randomly generated, so each game feels a bit different. That's the same kind of thing you're going to get based on what battlefields are available. The game dynamic will change accordingly, right? So I think that's really cool. Like, so for an example of some of the battlefields, there's like this one when you conquer here, discard 1 and draw 1. There is when you hold here, which is like at the start of your turn, if you have control of it, play a 1 strength recruit token into your base. So your base is like basically when you play a card, it will go to your base. And you can only play cards to a battlefield if you already control that battlefield. So if I already control a battlefield, I'm allowed to play cards to my battlefield. But if I don't control a battlefield, I will be playing my cards exclusively to your base. Right? And we'll talk about how like you move cards. Basically, if you want to move a card to a battlefield, it like gets tapped, right? Like it's an action to move something there. The Obelisk of Power players play 1 additional rune during their first runic phase this game. So it's like a ramp location where like both players will get an extra resource at the, on turn 1. That's if you're playing like a control deck, that sounds really good. When you defend here, you may move a friendly unit here to base. It's like a movement tool. When you conquer here, choose 2 runes, ready them at the end of this turn. Now that might not sound good. Why would you care about having runes in your opponent's turn? But that's because in this game, there's a lot of cards which will be interacting with things during your opponent's turn. Very similar to Legends of Runeterra, and we'll talk about how that all works in a bit. You've then got this, like when you hold here, if you have 7 units here, you win the game. That's a really interesting one, right? So obviously most of the time you're going to win the game by getting to 8 points, but this is a battlefield which gives you a win condition. But bear in mind, you could play these cards and your opponent is also going to be able to benefit from them as well. Agency? What do you mean by agency? Sorry. Units here have +1 strength, including attackers. Spells and abilities affecting units here deal 1 bonus damage. So that's going to be really nice in a deck which has lots of damage pings. Yeah, being able to do things in your opponent's turn, yeah. Lots of stuff. There's a lot of back and forth in this game. Very similar to Runeterra. Just your deck, do you think deck has a chance to store champs? Definitely, yes. 100%. Unity have ganking, which is a keyword. They can move battlefield to battlefield. And yeah, the other one. So you can see that, and I'm sure there'll be more battlefields, certainly as time goes on, but maybe even in the first set. But you pick 3. Now, I think, let's look at how the game works, right? You shuffle your main deck and your rune deck. You draw, and obviously you start the game with the legend and the champion like available and on the board, but they're off to the side. So you draw 4 cards from your main deck. So you only start with 4 cards in your hand, which is interesting. Now here it says you determine the starting player by shuffling the battlefields and selecting one at random. That player goes first. Not sure that'll work realistically because people are going to have different sleeves. I guess maybe that... Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works. Realistically, you're going to roll for it, right? That's fine. You can just roll to decide who goes first, who really cares, but you can do that if you really want. And then when playing with 4 players, you remove the selected battlefield and only play with 3. I guess that's why it's in there. Like if you play with 4 players, there's only going to be 3 battlefields. If you play with 3 players, there's also 3 battlefields, right? So that's like an interesting dynamic, that there's going to be more battlefields, the more people that you're playing with. But if you're playing a 4-player game, which is the max, there'll still only be 3 battlefields. And one person's battlefield will be removed. So before the game begins, you will decide, well, you mulligan, but when you mulligan, you already know who's going first or second. So you choose up to 2 cards. You have 4 cards to recycle. And recycle is an important word to understand because it happens with your rune deck a lot. And recycle means that you just put the card to the bottom of your deck and draw that many to replace it. Wait, is that what? No, so recycle just means that you put the card at the bottom of your deck, okay? Recycle just means that you put them at the bottom of your deck, but then you also replace them in the mulligan. So you put 2 cards on the bottom of your deck and you draw 2 more cards. And you can only mulligan once. So you start with 4 cards and you can mulligan up to 2 cards. You do not shuffle your deck afterwards, by the way. Important to note. You've been playing Riftbound on Tabletop Sim. I've also got it on Tabletop Sim. I haven't really played yet, though, but I played a little game against myself to get a feeling of it. So you start with 4 cards. You put 2 to the bottom if you would like to, and draw 2. You could just put 1 to the bottom. You could do nothing, right? So it's not a super powerful mulligan, and your hand size is quite limited in 4, but it's a pretty powerful mulligan. It's a pretty powerful mulligan, I have to say. I quite like it because also like the downside of the mulligan is like if you're putting a card to the bottom, you're probably not finding it ever again. Maybe there'll be like some cards which I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be like some kind of archetype or some kind of deck which has synergy with that, right? Like play the bottom card of your deck, for example. That wouldn't, I'd be surprised if that isn't some sort of a deck down the line. But like let's say you've got like a 7 cost card in Lorcana, you would mulligan that away in your opening hand because you're like, yeah, I don't need this back. Or I'll draw it later, but there's a cost at doing that in this game, which is that you might never find, or you're likely to never find it, right? Very, very likely. And you can only mulligan once. The last player plays an extra rune. So obviously we know that in a lot of card games, the player that going first has a big advantage. And in Lorcana, that is balanced not that well, in my opinion, overall so far anyway, because the advantage of the player going second is that they get 1 extra card in hand. But the advantage in Riftbound for the player going second is significantly higher because they are going to have 1 extra resource, which is a big deal, right? Like, so if I'm going first, I can play a 2 cost because you start with 2 resources, but the player going second is going to be able to play a 3 cost. And that just feels like, it's going to be probably, maybe it's even better to go second. I'm sure with some decks it will be. Which is not something you have in Lorcana currently, right? I think the coin flip dynamic is the biggest weakness of Disney Lorcana, like just fundamentally. Probably always will be from a game design point of view. But yeah, I mean, we already saw maybe with the Ruby Sapphire mirror matchups, maybe it is actually better to go second. I would also anticipate that they're probably designing cards as we speak for upcoming sets, which are probably going to be trying to like mitigate the advantage of going first and maybe try and design some cards which make it, have some decks which actually like to go second. I think that's something that would be nice for Lorcana. So, playing a card requires runes, which is your mana. The top left of the card displays its rune cost, and the rune cost has 2 main types. So if we look at this card, actually, let's look at a a prettier card, shall we? Let's look at this card, the Dead Bloom Predator. So this is like the new art style. This has obviously a lot going on. So it's an orange card. Yep, it's orange. It's Shadow Isles, which is like a tag. It's a unit. This is its name. This is its text. Like, here's its ability. This is the flavor text. This is the set, Origins. This is the set number. So 298 cards in the first set, which is a lot. But that'll also include like the battlefields, for example. And I would imagine in upcoming sets, there'll be less battlefields. The artist name, some kind of copyright. But here are like obviously the important stats. This is its power, which I don't know the correct name for power. Strength, power, I'm not sure. I guess power. This is its power. It's got 8 power. This is its mana cost. It costs 8. But this part is the really unique dynamic of the mana system in this game. And that's the energy cost. So if you want to play Deathbloom Predator, you are going to have to exert 8 resources, but 2 of those resources will have to be recycled. And specifically 2 orange. So I could actually, to play Deathbloom Predator, I don't have to use just orange. I could, let's say, just use 8 red resources. Except I can't because of this part. Because this part is the specific part, which is that you have to specifically recycle 2 orange resources. And recycle means put to the bottom of your deck. But remember, you have 2 separate decks. So this will be put to the bottom of your rune deck. So in order to play Deathbloom Predator, you're going to pay 8 resources, but then 2 of those resources will go back into your rune deck. So that's a really interesting dynamic, right? You would argue inherently the more powerful cards that you're going to play are going to require you to like lose resources in future turns. So like if you look at the Jinx here, for example, you pay 3 resources for her, but you also have to recycle a ruby resource. So you pay 3. One of those is a ruby resource, which you'll recycle. So you still pay 3, but then one of those disappears. Then she has the ability Accelerate, which is, as I'm played, you may pay 1 additional red resource as an additional cost to have me enter play ready. No, an addition. I think this might be pay 1 resource. I don't think that's recycle, because it would say you may recycle 1 extra. Maybe it is though. I'm not sure on that. I think it's just pay an extra resource. Pretty sure, because like that's the rune, right? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure you just like, so if you want to, you could pay 4 and recycle 1, and she would come in ready and have 2 extra attack or 2 extra strength when she's an attacker. So with this Jinx, you pay 3 resources, you recycle 1 red. Like you don't have to pay 3 red. You can just pay 2 of any color plus recycle 1 red, right? And then you could pay an extra resource to have her play ready, and then she has that effect. Whereas this card here, the Deathbloom Predator, you pay 8, and 2 of those must be orange, which you recycle. I guess in theory you could pay 8 and 2. Yeah, you're going to pay 6 resources of any color you want, and 2 orange at least, because you need to recycle 2 orange, and that's how you can play this card. Right? Whereas there's going to be some cards which will just cost 8, and you just play the 8, and you don't have to recycle anything, right? So I think that's like the most fascinating dynamic of the game. Like the mana system is very different. You gain 2 mana every turn. The player going second starts with 3. So, you know, it's going to be like a curve of 2, 4, 6, 8. But then there's going to be other, like if you're going second, your curve's going to be like 3, 5, 7, 9, which is kind of similar to One Piece. But you're going to be like, obviously to recycle is powerful. Like the best cards are going to want, you're going to want to recycle. So it's like finding that balance of like, all right, how many recycle cards do I play? How many do I not? If it's the color symbol in text, it's recycle. If it's the black symbol, it's just okay. Thank you very much, Rox. So for the Jinx, you actually have to recycle. So you could pay a total of 4, recycling 2 to have her enter play ready and have extra strength 1 as an attacker. Interesting. All right. So you mulligan. The last player gets an extra rune on their first turn, but obviously that's just going to be permanent because it's going to stay there, and you proceed clockwise. So, to play a card, you have energy. To pay for an energy rune cost, exhaust it, turn it sideways, 90 degrees, that many runes. Very similar to Ink and Lorcana. The domain of the runes you exhaust this way do not matter. So like the color of the runes you exhaust this way don't matter. When you add one or more energy, it stays in your energy pool. All right. I was naming the cards. I was naming the phrases wrong. So this is the energy cost and this is the power cost, which makes me think this won't be called power. What is this called? What is that stat called? The might. Okay, here you go. So yeah, energy, power, might. Energy, power, might. Energy, power, might. Energy, power, might. So this is its might, this is its energy, this is its power. No, this is its energy. No, this is its might. This is its power, this is the energy. Got ya. So, the energy is the amount it costs. This costs 8. When you add one or more energy, so your runes equal energy, right? Which is, energy is like mana in Marvel Snap, so that's an easy one for me. When you add one or more energy, it stays in your energy pool, where you then use it to play your cards. When you add energy and don't spend it immediately, this is called floating energy. Would you recommend reduce the number of big sea suit? Honestly, not sure, Nicholas. I mean, no brawls is good, right? I think no brawls is good. But yeah, Super Goof is probably not very good in mirrors. Hey, McDaddy. We played Amber Amethyst earlier, and now we're playing, like, we're looking at the Riftbound TCG. And how it's going to work. But then this is the really interesting, damn it, the power. To pay for a power cost, recycle, which is put it on the bottom of a deck, the deck it came from, the indicated runes. Domain will matter mostly for this. You can recycle exhausted runes to pay for power costs. So in other words, if I've got 8 resources, I exert 8 of my resources, and then 2 of those are orange, and they go to the bottom of my rune deck, right? So it costs 8, it costs 8 energy, and it costs 2 power. And the power basically makes you lose resources for future turns. All right. Cards may require other costs as indicated in their card abilities. Normally, runes create both energy by tapping them and power by recycling them. Right, so yeah, if you tap a rune, it's going to be energy. If you recycle, it's power. However, other cards like Seal Cycle may create power to be used for your cards. Okay, sure. So there's other interesting things. Gonna need 3 different types of sleeve for each of these deck types? No, that's not necessarily true, right? Because it's not necessarily true. Like, you can have the same sleeves for your runes. It's fine. Where are the rules at? I can link this. This is fan-made, so bear that in mind. This is a fan-made rules, but I mean, they are the rules, but this is a fan-made document. So chains is another really interesting dynamic of how this game works, and those that have played Legends of Runeterra will be very, very, very familiar with chains. In Riftbound, all spells and abilities resolve on chains, which resolve last in, first out. So in other words, let's say I use a spell and deal 2 damage to your card, right? That starts the chain. So rather than my 2 damage immediately happening, you might be able to respond. You can respond. Like, so I play a card and it starts a chain. I'm going to try and deal 2 damage to your card, which is going to kill it, right? That starts a chain. So mine was, but then you respond by using a card, which, like, let's say your card says, let me actually just show you some cards. That probably would be an easy way of doing it. Let's look at some spells. So let's say I'm dealing 2 damage to your card, and it's my turn, but you have 4 energy that you floated, right? You floated 4 energy. I deal 2 damage to your card, and you go, oh, well, this is probably not a very good use for it, but no, I'm going to now pay 4 resources and I'm going to deal 3 to a unit on the battlefield. If it kills it, draw 1. And let's say I just leave it there. This is not a great example, but let's say I just leave it there. The way that would work is the chain is last in, first out. So because this was the last card played on the chain, this would resolve first. So you would deal 3 damage to your own unit, and then it kills it, you draw a card, and then my card, which is dealing 2 damage, is now trying to deal 2 damage to a card which doesn't exist, so it would like fizzle out, right? So you can see there's like a lot of counterplay. Like I deal 2 damage, you try and counter it. Obviously this would not be a very efficient way of doing it, but like let's say that this was a card which costs like 1, and it's like banish one of your own cards, draw a card. Right, so there's a lot of counterplay. Yeah, excuse me, there is spell speeds, yes. So think of each spell or ability as a link on the chain. Each new link is added at the end of the chain, and the last link added is the first to resolve. So in other words, if I play a special card, that starts a chain, right? But that's going to be the last thing that's resolved on the chain. So we could go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then when everyone's done, the chain will resolve with the last card played resolve first and the first card played resolve last. It works the same way in Runeterra. If the chain is empty, playing a spell or ability will create a chain, and only spells with reaction and triggered abilities can add onto existing chains. So reaction and triggered are like, you know, I guess there's like a slow speed which you can't add onto chains. Like there'll be like in Runeterra there was like slow fast burst and something else maybe, which are like different speeds of how you can react to stuff. Players have the opportunity to add to the chain in priority order, which passes in turn order clockwise around the table, right? So I play my 2 damage card, you play something, then if there's a third player, then they could play something, and then I could play something. I guess in a 3-player game, I would have the right to not play anything. And then if the other 2 people both played something, then I could. I'm not sure how that works exactly with multiple people. A player may hold priority when they have it and play multiple spells before they decide to pass priority. Right. So if it's my turn, I can add multiple cards to the chain at once. So I could deal the 2 damage. Like I do the 2 damage thingy-majigger, but then I might also want to do another thing, and then it would be my opponent's time to add to the chain. So I can add multiple cards to the chain in one swoop, I think, basically, is what that's saying. If a player has multiple simultaneous links to add to the chain, they may choose the order that the links are added. Yeah. Basically, in other words, if I want to play 2 cards to add on to the chain, I can choose, you know, this one first, then that one. Once every player has passed consecutively, okay, interesting, the current link will resolve. Then priority resets and the new links may be added to the chain. Once every player has passed consecutively, the current link will resolve. Then priority resets and new links may be added. Okay, I don't quite understand that part. I think that like the chain is then empty, right? Sure. Slow, focus. Yeah, focus, that's what I was forgetting. So basically, in other words, the chain happens. In a multiplayer game, I could pass, but then if another person plays a card, then I would have another opportunity to play, right? So in a 2-player game, I play a card, my opponent passes, right? If I pass, the chain's going to resolve. If I play, then my opponent has another chance to play another card, right? So like, let's say there's a chain happening. I play a card. You might take a tactical pass, knowing that I need to add more to the chain. Then I add more to the chain. Then, bam, you strike and you're first in. Because your last in equals first out, right? So you pass back and forth, but it only is done. But it's not quite pass back and forth because you can add multiple things at once. When it's my turn to play something, I could add like 3 cards to the chain at once, right? And this is going to be one of the highest skills, like in Runeterra, like the chain and understanding how the chain sequencing works was very, very crucial to how, like, the top players and how you would win. So that's going to be where a lot of the skill is in Runeterra, in Riftbound. Because yeah, it's very high skill ceiling. And it's kind of difficult to understand, but if you've played Runeterra before, you'll understand. And you'll pick it up pretty quickly. Types of cards. In Riftbound, there are 3 main types. You've got units, gears, legends, spells, and champions. That's more than 3, mate. Champions, units, and gear. Units and gears can only be played during your turn. Gears is like an item. You may play units in your base or a battlefield you control. They enter exhausted. Units can exhaust to move from and to a base or a battlefield, right? So at the start of my turn, I ready everything. I can move a unit into a base and it's then going to be exhausted. Or I could move it from a battlefield to my base and it'll then be exhausted. Units also have a value in might. Might is both the attack and defense stat. It's how much damage a unit deals and how much it can take before it dies. Damage is tracked on units until the end of combat or turn. This is Riftbound, the new League of Legends game that's coming out later this year. Units will also have traits. Okay. Those have no inherent mechanic and serve as flavor. Currently. They will most of the time have a regional trait and sometimes have basically trait is tag. Bird, Yordle, I'm sure it will have an impact. A champion is basically the same as a unit, except you get access to a chosen champion from the start of your game that is available to cast anytime from the champion zone. Now, one thing I don't know, let's say, for example, I have this Jinx in my deck as a champion, and I have this Jinx in my deck as a champion. Can I, like, if I'm playing in a tournament, do I have to decide that this Jinx is my champion for the whole tournament? Or would I actually be able to, like, mix it up game to game? I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. Because that could be an interesting dynamic, right? Like in a best of 3, for example, like, oh, I'm going to swap my champion to this Jinx for this particular matchup, maybe, right? That could be an interesting... excuse me. An interesting dynamic. Does a damage unit deal less damage? No, it does not. Might is like 1 stat, but it is the attack and defense. Just a damage unit would have... There might be like some kind of... I imagine there will be like cards that have like, if this is damaged, it has more, increase its might, something like that. Could be... That sounds actually quite OP in this game. Effects that affect units also affect champions unless specified. When a champion dies, it goes to your discard as normal. It's actually not your discard, it's your trash. Gears stay in your base and can't move. They also don't enter play exhausted, and gears will most of the time have passive or activated abilities. Okay, so it's like an item basically, yeah. Spells are cards that do effects, then go to trash. You may only play spell cards in your turn outside of a showdown. So showdown is combat. So spells with reaction may be used as a response to spells and non-resource abilities in any turn. So if it's my opponent's turn, but I've spent all my mana, I'm not going to be able to react to anything. Whereas if I floated some mana, let's say I floated 2 mana, I will be able to use a card with a spell with reaction during my opponent's turn after they initiate a showdown or during a showdown, or if they use a spell or non-resource ability. So they use an ability and I'm like, bam, I'm going to respond to that. It's going to enter the chain. So their spell or non-resource ability would be at the start of the chain, or actually at the end of the chain, really, because it was the first thing, because remember, it's last in, first out. And then I use Rebuke, which is return a unit or at a battlefield to its owner's hand. Bam. Surprise. They think they're winning the showdown, like the big fight that's happening at a battlefield, but bam, I use Rebuke. Surprise, I'm still in control. Now, I'm not sure exactly where the keyword is that shows something is reaction. Let's have a look to see if we can find. So Super Mega Death Rocket, for example. I'm not sure how you know if it has reaction or not, because it doesn't say anything there about it having it. What does it say? Just let's read this. Spells with reaction may be used. Spells with action may be used in your turn or a showdown. So reaction is like you can respond to spells. Spells with reaction may be used as a response to something in any turn, including your own. Spells with action may be used in your turn or a showdown. So a spell with action can't respond to like an ability or a spell. It's the yellow tag. Okay. This thing here. This thing here. This thing, I guess, right? Or both. I don't know. I guess the thing in the top right. In the text box? Okay. So that thing there. Check out Gundam. Yeah, I've got some Gundam cards. I have been planning on making a video, but... Legends may have signature spells. These, different from most, have 2 domains and can only be included in their decks. So let's look at some of the spells and see if we can work out the differences. So this one, for example, looks like you can't use it in your opponent's turn. This would be... This doesn't say action or reaction anywhere, but maybe it's this. Bear in mind, this is the old art style, right? This is not how the cards are going to look anymore. Oh, okay, it's a keyword. Reaction. So Wind Wall here is a 3 cost, 3 energy, 2 power card. And you can play in response to another spell and you counter a spell. Basically, I guess, stop it. Says no. I guess that's what counter means. Nope. So this has reaction. So it can be played in response to another spell or ability. You can play it normally, or you can play it in response. Obviously, you wouldn't play it normally. You can play it in response. Now, it says reaction can be a response to spells and non-resource abilities, and spells with action. Like, you could play this just randomly in your turn, but it doesn't make sense, right? Like, you're not just going to play this. Yeah, I'm going to pay 3 for this. It does nothing. This is, like, only going to be used as, like, a counterplay. So there's reaction. And there's react. Was it? No, it looks like it's focused is the other one. And then there's focused. It looks like this card got nerfed, by the way, which, by the way, 4 costs for this is kind of expensive. So this has focused, play only during your turn outside of showdown. They might have just renamed it. Focus sounds better than reaction in action, but it might be like a new phrase. And it looks like this might be the symbol that shows it now, like rather than have it in the text box. Looks like it might be that's signifying that. Legends are a special type of card. They stay in the dedicated zone. Battlefields are used to conquer game points. So then the way the turn structure works is start of your turn, you ready any exhausted card you have. You score a point for each battlefield you control. You resolve any start of turn or hold abilities. You draw 1 from your main deck and channel 2 runes. In other words, you put 2 resources in ready. So 2 resources a turn. Then in any order you choose as much as you are able. You can play unit spells or gear from hand or your chosen champion from the champion zone. You use the abilities of your cards, including your legend card. Activated abilities can only be activated on your turn, outside of a showdown unless specified, and you can move units to or from battlefields. But if you move units to a battlefield which is controlled by your opponent, it starts a combat or a showdown, I think it's called. If you don't want to, or you can't do anything else, indicate you're done and resolve any end of turn abilities. So moving, showdown, and combat. Moving, showdowns, combat, and conquering. Units may move from base to a battlefield or a battlefield to a base. You cannot move from a battlefield to the other battlefield unless they have the keyword ganking. Units may be moved either by a turn action or as part of a spell or effect. Like the Yasuo legend, which I think there's an art for, is pay 2 resources, exert Yasuo, move a friendly unit to or from your base. So if you've got a unit in your base, you can spend 2 for Yasuo, bam, and it's going to go in readied, I guess. That would be the big powerful thing. Like it wouldn't be exerted to do so, right? Like for example, I could move something from a battlefield, let's say. I could move something from one battlefield back to my base and it will be ready, and then I could move it from my base into the other battlefield. That could be like a use case for this. I'm not sure. When taking the action turn, you may exhaust any number of units and move them all simultaneously to the same base or battlefield. If a unit cannot be exhausted or cannot legally move to that location, then it cannot be moved. So let's say I have like 3 cards in my base that are all ready. I can move them all at once into my opponent's battlefield and it would start a combat, a showdown. When moving by spell or effect, only the affected units may move. Whenever a unit is moved to an open or enemy-controlled base, it begins a showdown if there isn't one already. Whenever a unit moves to a battlefield occupied by enemy units, that begins a combat if there isn't one already. Showdown is a mini phase within the game that allows each relevant player to play action type spells. During a combat showdown, only the players involved in the combat are relevant. So this is obviously if there's like multiple people. Unless another player is invited into the showdown by a relevant player or targeted by an relevant player. Okay, so you can be invited into the show, like, interesting. So let's say it's like a 3-player game and it's like I'm attacking someone else's base. I could invite my mate to the right of me to the showdown and hope they help me out, right? Once a player is relevant, they stay relevant. So if someone's like in the showdown, to begin with, they're in the showdown for the whole time. Beginning with the first relevant player in turn order after the player that caused the showdown. So let's say it's just 2-player. Let's stick with that for now. I move into your base. It's then going to be you're the first relevant player, right? Because I moved into your base and it starts with you then. Players may play action or greater speed spells. So you can play action speed, you can play action spells or reaction spells. Each spell may be reacted to and create chains as usual, and once resolved, the next player has priority to play a spell. This continues until all relevant players have passed consecutively, at which point the showdown ends. Right? So I move into your battlefield. You have the opportunity. You could either pass, and then if I pass, the showdown happens immediately. If you play a spell, the chain starts. I can play a spell, then you play 2 spells, then I play a spell, and then the chain resolves, right? Whatever. When the chain resolves, the showdown ends, and you resolve the chain, showdown ends, but then the combat happens, which is when you move units into a battlefield occupied by an enemy, that starts a combat. A combat may begin at the start of a showdown. Units move to a battlefield controlled by an opposing player, or during the middle of one. During an open showdown, a player moves a unit to the contested battlefield. Okay, I'm a bit confused, but we'll work it out. Let's keep reading. When a combat begins after any associated move triggers have resolved, all defend and attack triggers will trigger simultaneously. All attack triggers will go on the chain first, and then all the defend triggers. That means that the defend triggers will resolve before the attack triggers. These triggers may be reacted to as usual. Once the showdown has resolved, you may move to the damage step. Each player... So basically, like, showdown and combat are quite similar words, but they're slightly different. I think, like, the showdown and the combat is started simultaneously, but just combat is... Like, there's some cards which have triggers in a combat, right? Like, showdown and combat are kind of the same thing, but the combat triggers resolve during the showdown. If that makes sense. It's a bit... The wording's a bit confusing. Once the showdown has resolved, you move to the damage step. Okay, so basically, I move into your battlefield. the showdown begins, like the combat stage happens, which is where like all of these like defend and attack triggers happen. They all go onto the chain. Then like all of the other stuff can happen as well, which can go onto the chain. I think it would just be one big chain, if I'm not mistaken. I'm a bit confused by that part, but you get the general gist of it. Basically, a big chain happens where there's like, you can play spells and react to it, but obviously you need resources available to do that. And if it's your opponent's turn, that means you need to have left resources available in order to be able to react. And like, yeah, there's a lot of counterplay there and interesting dynamics. Yo, Mage, what's up? Great to see you, mate. Mage is a bit of an expert, so he might be able to help explain the combat versus showdown and the difference exactly. My intuition is that they're basically the same thing. I go in and the combat happens. The combat starts and like these are added onto the chain, and then things can be reacted to on that chain, and then everything gets resolved. All defend and attack triggers simultaneously. All attack triggers go on the chain first. You can rewind the Twitch VOD. It was Amber Amethyst. This means that defend triggers will resolve before attack triggers. These triggers can be reacted to. Once the showdown is resolved, you move to the damage step. This is the next big part. Each player sums their unit's might, then divide that by the total number of opposing units in any manner of their choosing, right? So let's say I have 8 might with my big guy, right? I move this to your location, but you have 4 different cards. I can divide that 8 damage, that 8 might, amongst your cards in any way I want. So if they've all got 2 might, I'm going to put 2 on each, right? But if one of them's got 6, right, I might go 6 might onto one, and then 2 might onto another one, and like leave some stuff. So I get to choose where my 8 might goes onto your cards. I could put all 8 onto one card, or I can, you know, go 3-2-1, like 3-3-2, go 3-3-1-1. I could go 3-4-1. I could go 7-1-0, whatever I want to do, right? I could basically put my might as damage onto all of your cards in that location that we're in the showdown. So if a player has a 5 might unit and player B has a 4 and 3, player B can assign all 7 damage to the 5 might unit, and player A can assign either assign 4 damage to the 4 might and 1 to the 3, or 3 to the 3 and 2 to the 4. I feel like my explanation was better. A unit assigned damage greater than or equal to its might dies. A unit cannot be assigned damage in excess of its might unless all units have already damage equal to their might. So I can't, like, yeah, there might be like some cards which are like, if this, you know, think Rapunzel synergy, I can't choose to like overkill a card to try and deny my opponent's Rapunzel. Like, I still have to put damage on it. Oops. At the end of combat, all units everywhere remove all damage. So once the combat's resolved, if I have 3 damage on one of my cards, but it's got 4 might, it's going to heal itself. That bit isn't right. This is sort of not correct. You don't get to spit exactly as you choose. When you start assigning damage to a unit, you need to kill that unit with enough damage before moving on to the next one. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Good to know. Thanks, Mage. I mean, that also kind of makes sense. Like, there's not really any value in damaging something and not finishing it off, right? You may as well just... You're going to try and finish as many things off as possible, right? And conquering. If the attacking player has a surviving unit and the defending player has none, they have conquered the battlefield and will score a point. If the defending player has any remaining units, they have maintained control of the battlefield and no points are scored. If both players, though, have any units remaining, then the attacking player's units are returned to the base. Ooh, okay. So if the defender holds on with 1 card, but I still have 1 card, my card is returned to the base, and the defending player remains control. Winning the game ends with when someone scores 8 points. Points can be scored in 4 ways. You conquer a battlefield. You hold the battlefield at the start of your turn, you get 1. Deck out. When a player has no cards in the deck, they shuffle their discard into their deck, and each of the players scores 1 point. That's Yeah, so mill is not really a thing in this game, I would assume, because that sounds really bad. It sounds really, really bad, actually. So mill is not really a thing ever, I would assume. But there was like some mill stuff in Runeterra, right, where they had a self-mill as a thing. So I guess it's more like they will probably want to have like the self-mill decks in this. And then card effects like Dromedar. I don't know how you pronounce that. I know what he looks like from Runeterra, but I don't know how you pronounce it. TY, TY, TY? It is TY, right? It's TR. Brilliant. Brilliant. When I conquer after an attack, if you assign 4 or more excess damage to opponent's units, you score 1 point. Okay, cool. So you can gain points through card abilities too. The 8th point cannot come from a conquer unless you have scored all other battlefields this turn. So you can't get the 8th point. You can't get the game-winning point by like taking over your opponent's battlefield. It has to be, you have to win the 8th point through like a card ability, through a deck out, or through... So I guess that's like the deck out could be relevant there because it could win you the game, that last point. And then the 8th point, you can come from like, you can get it from holding a battlefield or from a card effect. If you conquer while at 7 points but haven't scored the other battlefields, you get to draw 1 card instead of getting a point. So what does scored the other battlefields mean? It would mean that you hold both. Kind of doesn't make sense, right? Like you hold battlefields and then conquer. I don't really understand how you could do that. So basically, I think in other words, apart from incredibly niche and unimportant circumstances to understand the concept of the game, you can't get the game-winning point by conquering, but rather by holding. So you have to like, your opponent's going to you get to 7, and then your opponent's going to have a turn to respond and try and take you off the battlefield. Other rules, cards will have domains. Domains are Fury, Calm, Mind, Body, Chaos, Order. Domains should generally have a main thing they're specifically good at. They can't normally be done by other domains. Personally think, because this is fan-made, the main strokes here are Fury, which is red, are being very aggro and direct damage heavy. Calm, which is green, being about controlling the environment and thinking hard about every decision, like the green Yasuo, which moves. Mind, which is blue, is all about doing the smartest, most effective thing in the most effective way, including killing your own for benefits as an example. Body, which is orange, is all about going in with big units and champions that cost a lot of mana. So body is like expensive stuff. Chaos, which is purple, is all about unpredictability and being uncontrollable, fast and crazy. And order, or yellow, is similar to calm, which was green, and calm was being about controlling the environment and thinking hard about every decision. So chaos is like controlling the environment, thinking about... So order is about like controlling the environment and thinking hard about decision. It also includes a lot of control in its slice. However, order is also about things happening to both parties and generally being equal. This information is based on the 4 trial decks. Another note, domains each have an enemy domain that is opposite to them in a lot of ways, like flavor and arguably just as important abilities. The opposite of fury is calm. So red is opposite to green. Blue is opposite to orange, and green and yellow is opposite to purple. Got there eventually. Resource cards have can have tag word add, which means they can't be reacted to. We use card on cards as a shortcut to mean main deck card. Yeah, sure. Tokens aren't cards, runes aren't cards. Attacking means this unit is on a battlefield you don't control where there is at least one enemy present. Keywords. Accelerate. When unplayed, you may pay 1 additional as a cost to have me enter play ready. Assault. Plus certain amount of might when you're an attacker. So it might be like Assault 2, and you get 2 extra might when you're an attacker. Deflect. with a number. Opponents may pay, let's say it's deflect 2. Opponents may pay 2 to choose me with a spell. Opponents must pay 2 to choose me with a spell or an effect. Ganking can be moved from battlefield to battlefield. Hidden, hide now for A to react later for O. Yeah, Hidden's a weird one, but I think it's OP. It's like face down cards, basically, like a trap card. You can have like trap cards, basically, that you play face down. Reaction, this may be played in response to another spell or non-resource ability. Shield, plus might while you're a defender. Tank, you must be assigned all damage first, like a bodyguard. Death knell, when I die, get the effect. So like death blow. I'm trying to think of... I don't think Lorcana has any cards like that, right? Oh no, that's like Diablo. Like when banished, draw a card. And Legion, get the effect if you've played another card this turn. So if it's the second card you play this turn, you get that. Alright, so that's the general gist of Riftbound. Pretty cool game. I like it a lot. This bit isn't right. Makes sense. I'm going to end the stream there. I'm going to go hang out with some family. I'm going to go for a walk before the sun goes down. I'm really interested in trying to get my hands on a bit of more Riftbound soon. I might print off some cards, I think. But yeah, that was my kind of trying to explain Riftbound and also learn a bit more about it while I'm explaining it. If you score all other battlefields, you can conquer and win. Makes sense. But how can you conquer if you already control them? Yeah, I'll try and get my hands on some printed proxy cards and play some games. I do have the camera I've got here is not the best. I guess actually I have my top down. Wait, I have the top down literally attached. One sec, I can show you. For you guys interested, I actually have some cards already. Most of you guys will be interested because you're all here. It's like my camera's bad, but I have my top down attached, which is my good camera. So I did order already some cards from China. It's not out in China yet, but there is a like an arcane themed box set from China. I ordered it back in like January. Had my eye on it for a good old while, and it includes like promo versions of cards. I'm not going to pull all the cards out. I have actually recorded a video which I haven't posted yet. I'm not going to pull the cards out, but like they look really nice, the foil effects. So you can see like the Jinx here. Like the foil effect, there's a lot of like stuff. You see like the part here, it's like etched on it. But the cards look great. Like the Heimerdinger here has like some science-y equations etched on the back as part of the foil. You can sort of make it out. You can definitely make it out without all the plastic that's surrounding it. But yeah, pretty cool. I did record a video which I didn't post yet, but I will be making some stuff on Riftbound soon enough. I've just been a bit too busy. Yeah, it's being released later this year. Probably like October, I think. I think Q3 is the estimation. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat some food and I'm gonna go chill with the family and go for a